everything you can hear. 100% infill. Huge thing here. This is also on island. I mean, can you even see it 3D printed? Oh no, even play around. It's very nice. So we are in the lab. 40mm cube. Whoa. Be mine. All our different materials. How do you guys like this? I think we are live. What's up, everyone? How is everyone? Bildesmark, how are you? Chewy, how is everything? Local Maker, Silverback. Who else do we have? Matthew, how are you? Is MirageC on the show? No, unfortunately, no. I mean, if he joined, then we'll ask him if he wants to join. But no, he won't be here. We will just watch his video, and if we have time, another video on TPU. Tactile 3D, how are you? Don't knock it. People from YouTube. Oh, we do have some people from YouTube again. We have, who do we have? Don't Knock It, Matthew, and Local Maker are from YouTube. Genesitu, I received my filament, the green PLA Pro you changed for me. Okay, great. Did I change properly, or what do you mean? Is that, was it supposed to be green PLA Pro? Sorry, I'm modifying order every day, so I maybe I don't remember. But if I did something wrong, just let me know. I'll be discount MirageC. Thank you, Zombie. Thank you guys for being awesome. So don't forget, I just started for once. I started before the stream. I started the giveaway. So how careful I am. Just received my 8 spool order this week. 8 spool PLA, or did you do a mix of color or mix of material? Nightcore, what did you do? Hey, we have Edge of 3D here. How's everything, Edge of 3D? Let me check. Is your project confidential at the moment? The one you shared with me? I haven't got time to look, but after the stream I will check the Discord you sent me. It looks pretty cool. Not at all. You can talk about it. Okay. Yeah, I was just so let me read again. So so the Mercury one, right? That's the one. Let me check. Does everyone know this printer? Let me Google it. Mercury one Hydro 0G. Yeah, most likely. I heard that. Let me check. Zombie know all about it, most likely. But yeah, that's some of the one I'm not very familiar with. Well, am I familiar with any of the printer, the custom printer? No, I don't think so. None of them are. Is there some presentation? Oh, that's the one that looks like the Trident, right? And then can. Oh yeah, I remember now. I got it. And then so basically, Edge of 3D is going to build another one with some polymer filament. Oh, maybe. Do I have time? Do I have time to produce the Galaxy ABS and send it to you? That would look amazing. That would look amazing. Or do you have to use red? Is 0G? Who is behind 0G? Is that the one? On Discord server, and then there is this Discord that I received. Let me check. 0G Discord. Yeah, I wasn't on that Discord before. Let me open that. Oh, that's so cool. Can we have a custom Discord invitation page? Do you know that? I want the same. Oh, that's so cool. When you click on the Polymaker invitation, it's very basic. Oh, they have a cool one. Oh, that's so cool. Okay, that's the one that was at my booth. Yeah, that one I remember now that I see the picture. And then I will hold off for the Galaxy ABS. Do you think so? I think I can get it. Hopefully, let me think. In 2 to 3 weeks. So there is still some time. I don't want to delay your project, but yeah, around 2 to 3 weeks. I already have some package for Zombie, Nero, and Steve, but I can do one more package. I'm so happy with my stream setup, because in this hotel they have like a huge screen in front, and then I put all my small windows in the screen. So I have the video feedback, and then the chat, the Twitch chat, the whispers and stuff. It feels like I don't know. It's so cool. I think I need to do the same thing. I will not have the play till mid-December anyway. Oh, okay. Then we have time, Edge of 3D. We definitely have time. Okay, so today we should start now, because it might be pretty long. But I have time now. I don't know if I put it on Discord, but I had very bad news for my PCR test. Let me just put this in the custom printer. I had the bad news for my PCR test that came out positive for some reason, even if it's been a long time. So I'm stuck in Taiwan. So we have time. We have time to talk about 3D printing as much as you want. So no limitation for this stream. We go no limit. Okay, great. So today we're going to watch this video from MirageC, and he is going into an interesting discovery that he had. He's going into detail in an interesting discovery that he has on surface quality. So we're gonna watch that. There is a few part that I would like to comment and do some research and try to understand, because I watched that video first, but as every MirageC video, I have to watch the video multiple times in order to start to understand. So that's going to be the second time I watch the video with you, and we're going to try to understand properly, because like I said last time, MirageC video, there is a lot more information that we could think when we just watch it one time. There's a lot more to it. Okay, let's go. You don't sleep anyways on me. And you're awesome too if you ship it to Europe. You're a rider. You want the ABS Galaxy in Europe? That's what you're saying? Printed Vision, thank you for being awesome. I got the invitation from the Polymaker Discord server. Yeah, you can get it in the description on YouTube. I see that you're on YouTube. In the description, you can discord.polymaker.com. And for the people on Twitch, you can just bang Discord. Okay, so let's start that video and let's see what we're going to learn today. This is, sorry, I already paused the video in the first 9 seconds, but this, when I first watched the video, this made me think already, because for me, I thought it was, I mean, I understand the time. So my first thinking here was, so he's saying a quality print is about the right amount of material at the right place at the right time. Okay, so that's what he's saying. And the thing that that surprised me is the right time, because I didn't really understand why he was talking about time. But we can think about, you can put the right amount of plastic at the right position, for example on the second layer, but if you do it before the first layer, then it doesn't work. So I guess that's how time come into place. Time come into place because in 3D printing you have to print some stuff first, and then you print something else. Because in my thinking, when you print a model, you don't care about time. You care about the right amount of material in the right place. But in whatever order, you don't care. But actually, we do care. So that's because later in the video, he is going to come back to time, but in a very different way. And that way, for me, is position, is not time. So that's the part. That's why I want you to rewatch the video so that I can understand that. But just to let you know, the first time I saw the video, I felt a bit mixed between time and position. For me, it's about the position, not the time. So you're going to and it's also about the material. But anyway, let's continue. Hi, Matt. By the way, can you please confirm that I don't have the same issue than last time? You can hear and watch the video properly? Because last time I remember I was watching video, but nobody could hear anything. But now I'm sharing in the right way. Zombie, I solved this on direct drive, by the way. Oh, you solved the problem we're going to see now? Okay. Is it okay to share the link to the Mirage Discord? Yeah, of course, Diving Daniel. Let's invite people to talk science about 3D printing. I mean, it's good. I mean, I will give you a small secret. Like this stream for me is really great to change my mood a little bit. Like I've been stuck in this strip for too long, and I've got so many bad news. So just talking about 3D printing, yesterday I had the open meeting with the awesome squad, and already that really released my mind. And now we are going to talk about an awesome video. So it's good, you know. It makes the mood much better. I think there is no sound. I'm listening, always ready to learn. Love it. Ash wants to learn about everything. I can hear you, but not the video. Oh, really? Oh, no. Why do I have the same problem again? Let me check. Are you trolling me, or is that real? Because I'm sharing the same way as last time. No audio on video. Really? But I'm sharing the same. Okay. Share tab audio. I'm doing everything the same as last time. Let me share, and then do I need to maybe off the music? Let me off the music, and then let me share. Let me play. How about now? Can you hear? You still can't hear anything from the video? Nope. Oh. Okay, so I guess I will just use the same way as last time. Oh, it's a pity because I like to use the whole screen. No, I'm using Streamlabs. Can you close the browser and reload it? Or do you think it's because of this? Yeah, sure. I can close and do it again. Or maybe is it? Maybe it's an update from Streamlabs, or maybe it's update from Mac. That because you know Mac always you always need to change the preferences, blah 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 blah. So, but I can try. Okay, so let me put it, and then edit name, subscreen. Okay, let me change setting, camera, general, automatically share, automatically add shared screen videos to stream, camera, YouTube, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so if I do it this way, can you hear? Can you hear? No audio. Oh. Okay, then I will just do it in the Syslov Brit way. I will just share the Chrome tab, so it means I won't be able to go from tab to tab. I don't. Okay, we'll just do it this way then. So this way you should be able to hear.
Why is it that we struggle so much with our high-end machines to achieve the same
Now you should be able. That's what we used last time. Yeah. It's a pity because now I'm only sharing the tab, and then if I want to share, can I have multiple one? Yeah, no, I cannot have multiple one. Well, anyway, so we'll just stay on that video because I like to Google a lot of things. So I'm going from tab to tab, and I will have to reshare again. So it's not very convenient, but anyway. But please do not invite any more awesome people. Please, we want to win, just not so awesome, but still cool people. Okay. Let's start now. Hey, Pesleys, yes, you made it. It's going to be a nice stream, I think.
The theory behind quality printing is
use Edge browser for either sharing the video or Google searching. Yeah. Hey, anyway, have Thanksgiving Christmas ornament on the site to print other than Thingiverse. Hey, anyone have Thanksgiving and Christmas ornaments on the site to download to print other than Thingiverse? Yeah, there's a lot of sites. Thanks, Printables, Curl 3D, My Mini Factory, blah, 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 blah. Can you not share a window? I can share a window, but when I share the window, it won't do the sound. But anyway, it's fine. Let's just watch this.
Is fairly simple. The right amount of plastic to the right location at the right time.
Okay, that's
this sound
definition of the perfect quality print. If you have the right amount of filament, the right amount of material at the right space at the right time, it's a perfect print. There is no other way. I think that summarizes it very well. If you find any ways to have these three and still end up with a bad model, then let me know how.
Sounds easy. So tell me,
exactly. No tangent. If I or I will have to stop sharing and reshare the whole screen.
Why is it that we struggle so much with our high-end machines to achieve the same print surface quality as a Prusa or a well-tuned Ender 3? Every picture or video showcasing printed parts on the internet will make use of a soft light coming from the side to make your part look good. Very rarely do we see these prints under a sharp light coming from the top. In this video, I will be using the worst lighting conditions for FDM printing ever. Be ready to see some very ugly layer stacking. I think it is one of the...
to be honest, it's not bad.
Be ready to see some very ugly layers.
Do you consider this as very ugly or
stacking? I think it is one of the biggest untold truth about a lot of high-end printers. Until now, luck has been playing a huge role into your printer's ability to produce nice wall surface quality. I may receive rocks for making this comment.
Yeah, I agree that I think a lot of people have been hurt by this comment. They spend so much time tinkering their printer in order to have nice quality, and then you have MirageC that arrive and say, hey, that was mainly luck.
But I can tell you that this was the case for my printer as well, until now. Today, we will find the answers to your surface quality issues once for good. What could be the cause of this artifact? Sometimes horizontal or at angle, other times creating irregular surfaces, Let's try to isolate which
I will try
of these three elements could be responsible. The timing portion of the print is managed via the software. Extruder motor needs to be in perfect sync with X and Y movements. The pressure advance function will ensure that the right amount of plastic is available for starts, stops, and during cornering. Since I used vase mode,
so that's the part that confuses me. So sorry, this is the part we'll have to rewatch until we understand properly. So
these three elements.
First, he's going to define what he means by time. Okay, because for me, time, I mean, it's pretty straightforward, right? It's it's time. But anyway, the way he explained it confuses me, so I need to check again and again.
Could be responsible. The timing portion of the print is managed via the software. Extruder motor needs to be in perfect sync with X and Y movements. The pressure.
You see, I don't understand. The stepper motor needs to be in perfect sync. You see, it's very easy to mix up time and position in this video. It's very easy to mix time and position. So I mean, it's do you know why? It's I think it's yeah, I think it's because space. I mean, we're not going to do some quantum physics, but space time are basically the same in 3D printing, right? Where it takes time to go where you're going. I mean, it's so hard to explain. Maybe that's the reason. Did you guys, when you watched that part, did you guys all get it already, or am I the only one that don't understand properly the difference between time and position in 3D printing?
Could be responsible. The timing portion of the print is managed via the software. Extruder
in sync with travel movement. Sync as in E-step. No, I think the E-step would be more the amount of materials related to the right amount of material. Okay, Zombie, you got it. Don't knock it, you got it. Okay, so I'm the only one.
The timing portion of the print is managed via the software. Extruder motor needs to be in perfect sync with X and Y movements. The pressure advance function will ensure that the right amount of plastic is available for starts.
You see, and now he's talking about pressure advance for the right amount of plastic, but right amount of plastic is on the left. It's the third one, right? It has nothing to do with timing, right? You need to study Make-A-Deck more often.
Stops and during cornering. Since I used vase mode for this cylinder, pressure advance would not have much impact because there is no stop and go. It is a continuous and steady extrusion flow.
You see, he's talking about the pressure advance, the stop and go, blah, blah, blah. And I have no idea why this is about time.
Therefore, I don't think timing is involved in what we're looking for today.
You see? I don't understand. I don't understand. I don't understand how he explained the time. Okay, let's just watch one more time. And if I still don't understand, for the people that understood already, if there is a way to explain it in a more concise way, because I know you have to write everything, blah blah blah. But please do write something that can help me to understand that part, because I still don't understand. For me, time is just about don't print the third layer before the first layer, right? You have to do it at the right time. So at this spot, you have to have a certain amount of material at this spot and at a certain amount of time. You know, don't put that right amount of material at this spot too early or too late. You get what I mean? But pressure advance is about the amount of material, not about the time. Pressure advance on a single wall continuous print doesn't change. Yeah, this I understand, but pressure advance has nothing to do with time. You know, pressure advance it has to do with the right amount of material. It's just the right amount of material at the right place. That's pressure advance. It's the same. Yeah. The amount of pressure. I don't knock it. You have a funny name, but yes, you're right. What I'm saying is it doesn't consider time. Okay, so Zombie has wrote some stuff. Your pressure advance can be sync wrong. Oh, sorry. Don't scroll the chat, please. Your pressure advance can be sync wrong with the travel movement and cause issues. But it's not so we can ignore it. He mentioned it because the issue is the system is pressure-based. Yeah, but again, it has nothing to do with time, in my opinion. Pressure advance probably has to do with time since you wait the material to ooze out. Incendium, I think he is just listing the different variables that can impact print quality and how he is using vase mode to eliminate some of those variables. But you cannot remove time. Look at this. He's using vase mode so that time doesn't matter anymore, right? Then what if I start from the top to bottom? Okay, what if I print the vase from top to bottom? I'm releasing the same amount of material. I'm releasing that material in the right spot, but just top to bottom. So the only thing that changed is I put the right amount of material in the right space, but at a different time. Of course, it's not going to work. So you cannot remove time. Whether you use vase mode, whether you use no vase mode, whether you use pressure advance, no pressure advance, you cannot remove time. You have to always put the right amount of material at the right spot at the right time. You get what I mean? If you print the vase mode upside down, like you start with the upper layer and then you finish with down layer, I mean, you all know what's going to happen, like big spaghetti, right? You cannot start printing with the top layer and go down. So even if you have a beautiful pressure advance and you released exactly the right amount of material, exactly at the right spot, but if it's not at the right time, then you get what I mean? So vase mode, no vase mode, doesn't matter. Hey, Lost in Tech. Is that the Lost in Tech that released the TPU video that we are going to watch after we finish this one? That was a long definition, but is that this Lost in Tech or it's another Lost in Tech? I thought Lost in Tech was on YouTube. Let me check. Lost in Tech. It was a YouTube video or a Twitch video? It's definitely a YouTube video. Yeah, it was a YouTube video. I dragged him to Twitch. Yes, that's me. I'm the only one. Okay, got it. Yeah, you have an amazing TPU video that I also want to watch on stream. But let's say I'm a little bit I'm very slow to watch a video and understand properly a video. I like to understand a video in a fairly high amount of detail, and your video is amazing. I watch it on the Zombie stream, and I want to watch it again because there's a lot of things I wanna talk about on that video that are very interesting. But anyway, let's come back to this video about time, because that's really the thing that I didn't understand. I mean, throughout the whole video, it doesn't really impact the video. It's just the way we see, the way we understand the logic to understand this. Pressure advance is about time because it adjusts flow to slow down for the corners, and it adjusts so you can hit the corner at the right time. No. Bob, I disagree with this in a way that it's about the right amount of material at the right spot. But time doesn't matter. It's about pressure advance help you to have the right amount of material in the right spot. That's what pressure advance help you to do. But it doesn't help you to have to be at the right position at the right time. Or at least how I understand it. He says time as in the extruder has to be extruding the right amount of material as it's moving. Changing extrusion amount as the printhead changes direction. Cylindrical vase mode makes the extrusion constant. But then that's not time, right? He says it's about I don't know, pressure change or something like this. It's about the amount of it's about the right amount of material, or has nothing to do with time, in my opinion. Not sure I signed up for Vsauce number discussion. Blah blah. Yeah, so I will read every single message, right? I want to make sure that, you know, if you guys participate in trying to explain that video, then we read everything. So I will be slow, but like I said, I have time. I'm locked in Taiwan for the next 2 weeks, so I have time. But pressure advance is about time because it. Oh, but that's a copy paste, right? I think I read this already. My video also talk about linear pressure advance, same thing as he's talking about. Yeah, lost in tech, yes. But the way you explain it in your video, I think is is exactly how linear pressure advance works. In this video, he's also explaining well. I mean, of course, he knows what pressure advance is, but it's just the way he is bringing that to time. That because I agree with the 3 pillars of a great print: right amount of material, right time, right position. This I agree. But the way he's explaining the time, how time works, that's the part that bothers me a little bit, or that I don't understand how he takes time in this way. Both video together like a fine wine and creamy ice cream. Yeah, I mean, Zombie, like I told you, I just love this type of video. Like, the more video I see like this, is like so satisfying to watch. All of this knowledge that goes into your eyes and your ears. Oh, that's just amazing. When I wake up in the morning and then I check my YouTube, I'm always like, come on. Is there any video from? And then there is some channels that I know when they release is going to be an amazing video. But I also like to see if there is some other videos. But anyway, maybe timing is a better word than time for this. Timing. I mean, you could say the right amount of materials at the right space, at the right position, and then that's it. So the whole thing about vase mode for me is doesn't only how I would explain why we would use vase mode. Okay, maybe let's do like this. I try to just absorb what I can, I promise. Just ignore the intro. You both agree. Oh, that's the intro? No, we passed the intro. We start the explanation now already, Zombie. Okay, Sebastian, I thought about time in a different context, not printing from top to bottom. I understand it more like if you blow up a balloon with air, then you have pressure in it. If the opening of the balloon is open, you have just so many milliseconds to let the air exit in a spot where the opening point to. Yeah, I would also agree. I mean, that's also time. This I agree. That's why I'm glad you're doing the print busting on YouTube so I can rewatch this. Yeah, definitely. It's on YouTube now. It's going to be recorded. The idea that he uses vase mode eliminates the time variable. Yeah, so Zombie, exactly. So that's exactly the point that I think is not correct. I think why he used vase mode is because he wants to get rid of an issue when it comes to releasing the right amount of material in the right spot, which is the pressure change. So it has nothing to do with time. It has to do with removing a factor that's going to affect number 1 and number 2. So right amount of material, right spot, right time. Okay, time, there's nothing you can do about it. Time is there's nothing you can do about it. The only thing you can do is to manage right amount of material and right spot. And he's using vase mode in order to remove what would impact the right amount of material in the right spot, which is pressure, the change in pressure. So the change in pressure is something he wants to get rid of to make the rest of the video easier. The rest of the research easier. So that's why he's using vase mode, not because of time. So that's how I would conclude this first part, because he's going to come back a little bit on this. Better now, we can all nerd out together. Make a Viking couldn't ask for a better place to be with all the cool kids. Make a Viking? I saw that Zombie posted makeaviking.com. What is it about? Is that another awesome creator that do some awesome videos about 3D printing science? Make a Viking. Welcome to Make a Viking Lair. To be part of the creation of the YMIA Core XY. Oh, is that another printer design? Is that correct? It's a type of printer. Join me on YouTube. So he has a YouTube channel. Okay, so yeah. So it's another creator also. But he doesn't have that much video. He has 5 videos on his channel. So I'm not sure if it's his focus. Yeah, I didn't know. I don't know what's Make a Viking focus. Right, there is no change, so pressure advance is not a factor. Yeah. Yes, you are sponsoring him. Oh, I still need to update the website a bit. Oh, Make a Viking. Make a Viking. Viking or Viking? Viking? French way or English way? Welcome to the stream. Okay, so we agree with we agree with the first conclusion, or at least you understood my point on the first conclusion, right? It's not about time. It's about removing a factor that is going to affect the right amount of material in the right space. Okay, so let's go to the second one.
Therefore, I don't think timing is involved in what we're looking for today. The next probable cause is the positioning of the nozzle. On the Havort, I took extra care about the location, alignment, and stability of the X and Y gantry during design. I selected quality parts and validated the installation at every step. The typical artifact from a defective X or Y axis would repeat itself at the same spot for each layer. This would eventually create a vertical.
Right, so if it's a X issue, it will
itself at the same artifact from a defective X or Y axis would repeat itself at the same spot for each layer.
Okay. Yeah.
This would eventually create a vertical pattern that we don't see right here. An horizontal artifact could be related to Z-wobble. On a Core XY, Z-wobbling is usually caused.
You know what I love about this type of video is like how he illustrates all the points. And can you imagine the amount of time just to do this, for example? Just for you, that's the best Z wobbling illustration that I've seen illustrated. I don't know for you, but that's the first time I see someone actually showing Z wobbling. And that's the quality of the video that really impressed me. I mean, just imagine the amount of time just to do that, just to do that 2 seconds of part to illustrate. Yeah, takes a lot of time. But anyway, thank you, MirageC, for all of this.
Could be related to Z-wobble. On a Core XY, Z-wobbling is usually caused by the lateral movement of the print bed due to misaligned or crooked lead screws. You can see my previous video on the topic right here. The triple Z mounted on ball screws for this printer is the part that gave me the most challenges. But I have reached my goal with the Wobble X isolators. Thanks to my good friend Oleg for coming up with this idea. You will see more on this solution in a future.
The Wobble X insulator. Oh, wait. Oh, that's smart. So basically, oh, okay. But then it has to be linked to all the other part then. Let me check. Oh, so even if the screw is not spinning properly, then it will be damped. No, not the insulate. Well, basically insulated by these.
I have reached my goal with the Wobble X isolators. Thanks to my good friend Oleg for coming up with this idea.
It's brilliant. It's a brilliant idea. The major takeaway I got from this video is the eccentricity of the extruder gear is the culprit behind variability of plastic deposition. All comes down to tolerance. Yeah. If you want the short version of the video, then there you go. CRS1, exactly. Sorry if I'm jumping ahead. No, that's perfect. I mean, that summarizes the video pretty well. I think he's trying to remove variables and maybe said time because, like you said, he's referring to pressure in a specific time, really talking about pressure and time. I just want Viking to complete his design. I've been focusing on designing Fenrir and Ymir most of the time, but plan to do more stream and video when prototypes are done. Yeah, looking forward to that. Usually the English pronunciation, but both works. Okay, Viking, then let's go for Viking. Come out on PLA. How are you? Thank you for joining. I'm doing very well. I'm stuck in Taiwan, but I'm doing very well. MirageC has good content. Yes. Little John, how are you? The video he has on the Z extruder is amazing. Oh, I bet so. I guess all of his video are amazing. Panzer Katten, how are you? More and more people on YouTube. Did someone post something on YouTube? I just opened the box that arrived with some PLA Pro and Galaxy Dark Blue. Enjoy. Happy printing, Little John.
You will see more on this solution in a future video, so make sure to subscribe and activate the notification button.
Oh, I'm looking forward to that Z-Wobble insulator video. I think it's a brilliant idea.
So you don't miss any of that. The issue I'm looking at right now has a weird behavior. The pattern distance will vary if I change the size of the part being printed. Therefore, chances that it is the result of Z-wobbling are very slim. Z-wobbling would be constant no matter what I print. The same distance between each artifact would repeat across the print. So if it is not X or Y, if it is not Z.
Okay, so we eliminated the X and Y and Z. We eliminated the fact that the issue would come from the printer not printing at the right place, right? And I think that's very straightforward. And like he explained very well, it's all about the tolerance of all of your different parts so that they can work together to place that tiny nozzle in the right space. So X, Y, and Z. Let me think. And then if there is no pattern in the XY, so if there is nothing that repeat on the XY and there is nothing that repeat on the Z, that means it cannot come from XYZ. Does that make sense? Is that logical? Let me think. Is there any other way to have an artifact that come from the frame, that come from the motion system, that would not be a Z pattern, or that would not be always at the same X and Y? Well, there is one. There is vibration. Vibration is caused by the motion system, but it's not always at the same XY space, and it's not always a repeat on the Z axis. It is model dependent, or it is it depends on the model or the way you print. So that's another surface artifact that is about putting the right amount of material in the right space. And so maybe that's something I would have added now that I'm watching the video. I haven't thought about this the first time. I thought it was pretty clear that if you don't have a Z repeatable pattern or a XY repeatable pattern, not repeatable, but at the same XY space, then we could rule out this. But now that I'm thinking a little bit more about it, then I think there is more. There is the vibration. Is there any more that could come from the motion system but would not be repeated on X, Y, or Z? Gravity? 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 No, I don't think so. Even if you put it upside down or whatever, the nozzle will always be at the right spot. Aliens? Okay, so you guys, so that means no, right? I'm using PLA Pro to make a DaVinci table for my son. What is a DaVinci table? DaVinci table is a table that you need to. Oh, that's cool. Oh, so there's different design of a DaVinci table. Okay, that's cool. How do you know it was called a DaVinci table? Like a bridge stuff, right? Cool. Loud neighbors causing micro vibration, but it would cause a repeatable pattern. The plastic would pour in one place. Okay. Okay, yeah. So I think this one pretty straightforward.
And if it is not the timing, this leaves us with the amount of plastic being extruded. Really? But you're going to tell me my extruder was perfectly calibrated using the 120 and 100 millimeter technique, and then with the single wall cube to calibrate the flow multiplying factor. I've even performed PID tuning of the hot and heater.
Maybe I won't come back to this, but I just want to highlight the discussion we had about these two calibration, right? The fact that you calibrate this way and
100 millimeter technique, and then with this,
and then you still have to calibrate this way. Do you remember that discussion? My take was, if you calibrate one, then the other is already calibrated. You cannot. There's no point to calibrate both. If you already calibrate
perfectly calibrated using the,
if you already calibrate that your printer is going to push the right amount of material, then your print is going to be the right amount. So you could do that to calibrate, I don't know, your pressure advance. If you want, you take the measurement at the beginning, in the middle, and at the end, or something like this. But if it's about the right amount of material, then whether it's the E-step or the flow calibration, then it's the same. But we won't go into. I would actually be very interested in what MirageC has to say on that topic, on the other print buster topic, the flow calibration topic. You remember that? So today is a Surface, the print busters on Surface. But I would be interested in what MirageC has to say on the Surface, on the flow calibration. Do you have to calibrate E-step and extrusion multiplier, or you get what I mean? Like, I haven't thought about this, but we should ask MirageC to give his take. I will ask him. I will ask him. I actually reached out to him just after I watched this video because I was so impressed. Just to tell him how impressed I was. I thought I just sucked at 3D printing. It must be their fault. Hot glue guns are not an exact science. It's just science. I don't make the rules. And still isn't the same. Okay.
Rated the flow multiplying factor. I've even performed PID tuning of the hot and heater with cooling fan on and filament extruding. How can this be related to?
You cannot be more accurate than MirageC. So far I haven't seen anyone, or at least on video, being more accurate than MirageC, being more detailed in the work than MirageC.
Extruding system. I never thought of deep diving into extruders until I made a Bowden adapter for my printer. Magic. The nicest print I ever produced appeared in front of my eyes at the first use of this Bowden setup. Why is Bowden producing such nice prints? Could it be that our very short path direct drives extruders are in fact too much direct? Could the dampening effect of the Bowden tube and the filament compression on all that length contribute to stabilize the pressure inside the nozzle? I like printing fast, and you know.
Well, I need some time to think. Okay, so basically, when he say too direct, is that any imperfection that's gonna happen in the extruder is gonna be very quickly transferred to the nozzle. So the pressure will be highly affected by the performance of the extruder. But if you put the extruder very far, then what happened in between can help to make the pressure more constant. Okay. Yeah, I got it.
Oh, wait.
If there's anything you don't understand, just let me know. The good thing about my stream is that in often case, I'm the last one that's going to understand things. So most likely, if I understand, you all understand.
But the length of the tube required for my printer size made the retraction and pressure advance too slow.
I think Stefan had a bad printer that was improved when he replaced a bad gear. Yeah, I mean, actually, Little John, this video was already made by Stefan. If you are, because Zombie was talking about, I mean, the way he was introducing the video, I think made it like it was the first time that someone talked about this or something like this, and he was very nice, blah blah blah. But from what I remember, it was already done. Let me check. Let me share my window again. This way. So if you go to CNC Kitchen, he made that video. Let me check. I think I still remember the thumbnail. Yeah, this one. Okay, so we won't go through the video the same way as MirageC, but inconsistent layer height. So this is the same video, but in a CNC Kitchen way. Blah 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 blah. Yeah. You see? You see? You see, and then blah blah blah, and then he changed the gear. Blah, blah. So the video we are watching now is kind of upgrade of that video, in my opinion. So this was a year ago. Then he released that video, but that was the first time I started hearing about the gears and stuff. I don't know if you guys watched that video already. Okay, so let me go back to the other one. Share Chrome tab, print quality. Okay. Bowden will do that. Elastic deformation, still head Bowden though. Using the extra length of filament of a Bowden as a shock absorber. Using the extra length of filament of a Bowden shock absorber. Yeah, I think it's related to yeah. Let's see. MirageC has focused on the other gears and the gear shaft alignment. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, it's like an upgrade. It's like more finding out more stuff about it, because he also found out that even if you make the gear properly, then you still have the issue, right? So it goes back and back and back and back until the really root cause. That is way eccentric, yeah. In CNC Kitchen, the gear was drilled off center, causing an oscillation, yeah. But I mean, the idea is the same, right? The idea is that it's not spinning. You're going to see his 3D model, right? Is the same idea. I'm cynical about an eccentric gear being canceled out by a Bowden tube, though. Let me think. I mean, let me think. It is, yeah, it is. If it's dampening, it will not cancel out, but it will even out. So which means it will push a little bit more material than it should be, but it will be the pressure will be spread out longer time or longer distance. So that means you may see the imperfection less. So it's not canceling out lost intake. I think it's more evening out. I think it even out the issues. That's my thinking.
Slow things down by way too much. So slow that I could not live with this. What could I do to smoothen the extruder system? So slow that I could not. Is the length of the nozzle. I like printing fast, and you know it. But the length of the tube required for my printer size made the retraction and pressure advance to slow things down by way too much.
Okay, so he know how to solve his problem. He used Bowden tube in order to even out the issues, but introducing that Bowden adds some limitation to speed, and as he is known for, speed is very important for him. So he really want to use a direct drive. So he's going back to direct drive, and then he will just figure out what's wrong.
So slow that I could.
Because Bowden doesn't solve the problem. I mean, Bowden has the problem, but you counter the problem. Okay, so that's what I mean. So with the Bowden, you don't solve the problem, you counter the problem.
Could not live with this. What could I do to smoothen the extruder system without using this long tube? So let's break the extruder system into elements so properly pinpoint to the right root cause. It all starts with the stepper driver, providing input to the stepper motor. With the help of its pinion gear, the stepper motor will then drive the extruder plastic gear that is connected to the shaft, holding the extruder gear itself. That extruder gear is then providing power to the idler gear via the gear teeth at the end. Both gears are then...
Sorry, let me just watch this one just one more time.
Smoothen the extruder system without using this long tube. So we'll break the extruder into elements so we properly pinpoint to the right root cause. It all starts with the stepper driver.
Okay.
Providing inputs to the stepper motor.
Okay. Yeah.
With the help of its pinion gear, the stepper motor will then drive the extruder plastic gear that is connected to the shaft, holding the extruder gear itself.
Okay.
That extruder gear is then providing power to the idler gear via the gear teeth at the end.
Okay.
Both gears are then squeezing the filament and pushing it downwards into the hot end.
Okay. Okay.
This sounds like a very simple system, but I think...
Does it sound simple? Stepper driver, stepper motor, pinion gear, drive gear, extrusion shaft, extruder gear, extruder idler gear, filament, and hot end. Okay. Doesn't sound very simple to me, but he is so much into hardware that I guess a hot end for him is pretty simple.
I think we can shorten that list even more. So,
I mean, you can imagine where from any of all of this. I mean, can you imagine when you do your research how zombie? I can join now. Okay, let me send you an invite. Copy. That's the good thing. Now I have everything here, and then I love this this streaming setup. I like it. Okay, zombie. I just Discord you the link if you want to join. Hey, my cat USA, how are you? Back home again? No, unfortunately, no. I won't be back home in the next 3 to 4 weeks, I think, because I was tested positive. But anyway, so you can see, where the problem can come from. And I will just share you an experience I had with the Ultimaker. The Ultimaker used to use a specific board, and the electric signal. Oh, MadCat USA. I'm stuck in Taiwan, actually. I'm stuck in between. So Builder's Mark. Okay. You see Builder's Mark? How cool is that? Now I can see. Um, a second. So what I was talking about, yeah, the Ultimaker. And then I was printing, I had a Delta printer and then an Ultimaker, and then exactly the same print. And then on the Ultimaker, I mean, they both came out really nice, but on the Ultimaker, somehow there is, it looks like a little bit low poly. You get what I mean? Like a little bit like low poly, not like the, yeah, Zombie. You can you can join. I send you the link, Zombie, if you want to join in. And you get what I mean when I say low poly, like it was tuck 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 tuck, and that came from the way the electric signal was sent to the stepper motor. So you can guess how many things you have to investigate in order. How many things needs to be super accurate for the results to be accurate? Like all of this stuff needs to be perfect, and then you have a perfect. And that could start to explain pricing differences between printer, and also how to design a cost-effective great printer. Well, you have to define how important the accuracy of every single part affects the printing result. You get what I mean? So if, for example, if the nozzle, whether it's 0.4 nozzle or 0.42 nozzle or 0.45 or 0.35, whatever the size, even if it's not too accurate, it doesn't really affect the printing, then you're not going to spend money in order to have a nozzle that is super, super accurate, 0.4. But if the gear, if it's a tiny bit out of tolerance, then it affects the print a lot, then you're going to spend a lot of money in that. And I think that's the best way of designing a cost-effective, high-quality printer, is you just properly define every single part of the printer, how the tolerance would affect the final part. And then you just put money on the top 10, for example. You get what I mean? So, like, for example, don't spend a huge amount of money on the best board if a cheap board would pretty much do the same as an expensive board. I'm stuck in purgatory. yeah, exactly. I'm in between US and China mainland, and I'm stuck in between. He's like Schrodinger's cat. We do not know if Nick is live or dead. Okay, so let's continue that. So
just remember, for my Bowden print that looked so good before, I was using the same filament, the same hot end, the same stepper driver, and the same motor. So let's remove them from the equation for now.
Wait. So he has a system that works, a system that doesn't work, and then he's comparing. Okay.
So just remember, for my Bowden print that looked so good before, I was using the same filament, the same hot end, the same stepper driver, and the same motor. So let's remove them from the equation for now.
Well, that's let me think. It's important to because even yeah, let me think. Because a system has to be considered as a system, right? And even if you change the system to another system and this other system works, it doesn't mean that the part that are the same as the first system works, right? I mean, he's not saying that. He is just removing it because there is a high chance that if it works on the other system, then it shouldn't affect this one. But and let me give you an example. If we follow that thinking process, if he would have used the same extruder gear, okay, or extruder, the same extruder, but he would only have added a Bowden, then the Bowden would have worked, right? Would have had a good result, because the idea was the Bowden is dampening or evening out the inaccuracy of the extruder. But then the direct drive doesn't work. But you cannot say, okay, I'm using the same extruder, so it doesn't come from the extruder. Okay, you get what I mean? You cannot say that. So even if the Bowden was working with the same stepper driver, the same stepper motor, the same filament, the same hot end, that doesn't mean it's not the problem. Because if you would have used the same extruder, just the Bowden is different, then you get what I mean? So yeah, maybe just a quick comment there on the fact that he removed some factors, but he said for now. So he also know that it could still come from that, because it's about the whole system, not about each part of it. Purgatory, Christian concept of place between heaven and hell. Yeah, Mad Cat USA. For that one, I knew, because we say the same word in French, so it was easy to translate in my mind. Yeah, definitely a tactile 3D. I mean, can you imagine? I'm missing 2 months of my daughter's life, and for her current life, 2 months is 30% of her life. So I'm basically missing 30% of my daughter's life. And I know I'm very mathematic, but when I see that, I really hate it. I don't want to be the father that puts work before family, but I'm stuck. So where in Taiwan are you staying? I'm in Taipei. So I don't know if you are from Taipei, but I'm in Taipei. So we do have members of community here, by the way, that I was about to meet, but unfortunately the quarantine has stopped me from meeting them.
Just remember, for my
oh, I forgot Zombie. There you go. Yeah, Zombie, can you hear me? Oh, I cannot hear you. I think your lips are moving, so I guess you're talking. Still cannot. Hello, welcome Zombie to the stream, but we cannot hear him. And I don't know if it's because of me or because of him. I can't hear Zombie. Yeah, I can't either. Let's just wait. That his setup is much more advanced than mine, so he may need to change a few.
I know. I go through different mics. It's hard.
Okay, there you go. We can hear now. How are you, Zombie? Mudbot or Zombie? Pro streamer problems. Yeah, I mean, when you get that set up, if you get bored, you always can call us. Yeah, definitely Tactile 3D. I mean, yesterday we hang out with who? Chewy, Zombie, Pezlis, NSCO, and it was nice. I mean, it was after the bad news, and we just had some great talks. So it was pretty good.
Yeah, I enjoyed that.
Yeah, it was nice. It was nice. Hey, Matt, how are you? Heist time. We can break Nico out. Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't do that in China, but okay. So anything you want to say from the beginning of the stream, or we just continue watching?
All right. Well, we're gonna start over. No. No, I'd say keep going. Carry on.
Bowden print that looked so good before, I was using the same filament, the same hot end, the same stepper driver, and the same motor.
Okay, so we already discussed that. Even if we would have used the same pinion gear and drive gear, everything, it's about the system. So you cannot just remove things just because it has worked in a different system.
So let's remove them from the equation for now. With a methodical approach, I printed the same G-code while changing only one parameter at a time. This
is something I remember in Polymaker when we started. You know, in Cura, we used to use Simplify 3D and Cura, and then they didn't have that much setting, so we could do this type of test where you change one setting at a time, right? But now on Cura or even Prusa Slicer or Super Slicer, there's so many settings that we cannot do that anymore. And I've met with a company that is actually using AI.
You're not showing the video, by the way.
Sorry?
You're not screen sharing.
Oh, okay. That's why I need a co-host.
I didn't even notice.
There you go. But yeah, now there is so many settings that it's very hard to do that. Just change one setting. Edge of 3D. Hi, Daniel. Is there a lot of people that mix up with Modbot, or?
I'm just wearing his shirt.
Huh? Yeah.
I'm just wearing his shirt, so they're being funny.
We're not saying the video, by the way. Yeah. So I just share now. No on-screen video, but that should be on screen now.
Yeah, you're good.
This allowed me to eliminate many things that had no significant impact on the surface quality. It was not due to microstepping, not due.
Okay, so the first thing he tried is microstepping, which makes sense because from what I understood, because I'm very new to microstepping, but from what I understood, microstepping is less accurate than macro stepping, I guess, or just stepping. And so he's trying to see if it's about microstepping accuracy, which means the board is going to ask the motor to do a certain microstep, and unfortunately, because of pressure or because of certain stress, then the stepper motor might not be as accurate, which will translate into not the right amount of material. But apparently, it's not because of this.
Due to motor current, not
motor current. Motor current, is that possible to that the board send the wrong? Because current, let me think.
Well, it could be inconsistent current, right? So if your current is oscillating, then the motor power could be oscillating, etc.
Oh, yeah.
So if your motor is overheating, you'll actually see issues like this.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it will be basically underpowered, so it won't have enough.
Essentially.
Yeah. Okay, got it.
Not due to the motor itself, not to backlash between the motor pinion and the drive gear.
Backlash. Okay. Yeah, but that's retraction, and then you go back. Okay. Well, but that requires a huge amount of work to find out all of this.
Not the meshing of the idler gear.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
Yeah, you probably
He say yes. Okay.
think that this has to do something, but trust me, I even went and grinded the teeth off of one of my idler gear to test that one.
Oh, okay. So he basically made a normal printer where the idler is not connected to the driver gear.
No impact.
A normal printer.
But standard printer, the idler is not connected to the driver gear, right?
Yeah, just like a non-dual drive. Yeah. Everyone's talking about dual drive and dual gear drive. Maybe it's not good.
Maybe, but apparently he confirmed it's not the problem. Apparently. Little John, how do you use AI to tune setting? Use a scanner to train the AI and try to match the input model? The way they do it is much more complicated than that. But hopefully I will be able to have them on stream to discuss a little bit. That's actually on the warping print busters. and that's where they did the most work, understanding the 3D printing. It's one of the best company, in my opinion, that has been able to model 3D printing, FDM 3D printing. Zombie and I were discussing dual drive yesterday. Nice. I would love to hear about that. Yeah, we'll try to get them on stream.
I then swapped to another extruder gear assembly, one that came into a BMG clone that I had in stock. Surprise. The results were much better.
The thing that I don't understand is that, oh, okay. So he said it looks like Z bending, but if you scale up the model, then it will also scale up the issues, and then that's how he removes Z bending. Okay, got it. So here you have the bond tech, and here you have a clone, and then the clone is much higher quality. Okay.
I still had a bit of that art.
What did he change? He changed
extruder gear assembly, one that came into a BMG clone that I had in stock.
Oh, okay. So he changed this part.
Yes, that's the
shaft plus gear plus the gear on the other side that links to this.
Right. Okay. Right. So the big gear connects right to the stepper motor, and then the output shaft drives the filament in that design.
Is the shaft and the drive gear are together, or it's press fit inside?
No, they're connected via.
The screw that.
Grub screw.
Okay,
for sure.
How do you call that? Grab screw? Is that how you call it?
Grub screw, set screw.
Oh. Okay. Like the small one. Yeah.
Surprise. The result.
Oh, MirageC is here. A lot of people here.
No.
Yeah. A lot of people enjoying your amazing video. Oh, I just noticed we didn't make it. We are a quarter of the video.
Yeah, we're gonna be here all night. We still got another video to watch after this.
Yeah. The big gears connected to the drive shaft, the shin bones connected to the thigh bone. Sorry, I didn't understand.
Song.
American joke.
Results were much better. I still had a bit of that artifact, but overall, the texture was way smoother. We are getting closer, I feel. Looking at the BMG gear carefully, I realized that the hub gear could get out of axis. The thing is that the current design allows for the manufacturing tolerances to affect the position of the hub gear on its shaft.
Okay, so that's what we have seen on earlier on the CNC kitchen video, right? The eccentricity of the gear.
If tolerances for the gear inside diameter are at the maximum, and the ones for the shaft at
I like the dimensions are exaggerated for better visualization.
At the minimum, the set screw will be able to pull the hub gear out of its rotation center.
You see all of this work, like just to make an animation to explain. I mean, I'm so amazed by that. It's like if every second of video requires like 3 hours of work, and that's a 20 minutes video.
Yeah, so you know his other video that we've been waiting on. There's a reason why that's not released, because he keeps finding things. And just there's some people that will just release a video just to have it out. Like, I didn't really get the right result. I'm just gonna release it anyway. But he wants to have the correct answer.
Yeah,
which is awesome.
Exactly.
I actually do have a whole kit of this if you want to see it.
Okay. What do you have?
It's a BMG, all the drive gears. I can't really.
That's the one he's using, right?
Yeah, it's like these things.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I think on the
it looks like.
It's pretty clear.
Yeah, so one of them, the
shaft,
the drive gear.
Yeah.
No, yeah. So this is the drive gear, and then that slides onto here.
Oh yeah, and then
you screw it down.
Okay. And how about the shaft to the large gear? Is this press fit inside? Because later in his video,
this one,
press fit.
This one's press fit. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. And the large gear is plastic, right?
Yes, in this case.
Okay. I wonder if plastic deforms under high acceleration or something. I'm wondering. You'll see them in the video animation. Yeah. I mean, the way you explain everything is I mean, I know I'm very long to understand things, but the way you make the illustration, MirageC makes it easier. By the way, you were not there at the beginning, but we had some discussion about time, which we defined it, or at least I understood it a little bit differently on the time. But that was at the beginning of the stream.
Let's go back in time to watch it.
The gear will now be rotating in a manner where we get more plastic on half of the rotation and less on the other half of the rotation. We could picture the flow variation as a sine wave. You can try print.
Okay, so the fact that it would be okay, so let me just think, because from what I see here, the filament is more or less squeezed, right? But why would it be more or less extruded? So that comes from, let me think.
Well, remember when we were talking about this like months ago, and I did an example where I extruded stuff at different tensions? That's kind of the same concept. So it digs more or less into the filament, which changes the resulting gear ratio.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I remember.
On half of the rotation and less on the other half of the rotation. We could picture the flow variation as a sine wave. You can try printing a 30mm single wall cylinder like this one, and then change the timing of this sine wave by increasing the extrusion flow or reducing it as you are printing.
Increasing the extrusion flow or decreasing, let me think.
So the total gear ratio affects the flow, right? So it expects a consistent flow out of it, but it's giving it it's oscillating.
Yeah, I think he's trying to
flow.
I think he's trying to change the frequency of the oscillation so that the pattern will change in some ways. So I think if you increase the flow for the same height, then let me think. If you increase the flow for the same height, then you increase the frequency, and if you decrease the flow, then you decrease the frequency. So theoretically, for low flow vase, then he would have a very long pattern, like very spread out pattern. But for a high flow, then theoretically he should have a very frequent pattern. Okay, I think I got it.
Right, because the pattern, the size of the pattern is equal to one revolution of this little gear.
Yeah,
so that's the pattern. Yeah. But that's not a linear motion. So yes, it depending on how much how fast you're going, the pattern would change.
How fast you're going?
How fast? How much flow? How much flow? How much flow?
Yeah, how much flow? So he kept,
wide.
The same. Yeah. The sine wave animation took me forever. Could not find what I wanted online, so I had to learn. Oh, really? You also made that? I thought it was a stock video. No way. I mean, oh my God.
I thought so too.
Imagine the amount of work into
We could picture the flow variation as a...
I definitely thought this was a stock video. I mean, yeah. I thought I was one of the people that understood the most the amount of work that this required, but I guess I'm still far from it.
Wave. You can try printing a 30mm single wall cylinder like this one, and then change the timing of this sine wave by increasing the extrusion flow or reducing it as you are printing.
Is it my... Yeah, I think it's my team.
Yeah, can you make your teams? And while you're doing that, I'll say, MirageC, the Triangle Labs RNC version of their gears, if like the fitment is very, very good. Like the tolerance seems very good. I mean, you have to measure it, but there's no slop at all. But I don't know how much of a measurable or how much you can feel if it's loose in that regard.
Chandler, I have to wonder if the cycloidal extruder that Prusa was going to use on the Excel would have eliminated this issue. Yeah, I don't know that much about the cycloidal. I mean, I know the concept.
Yeah.
Maybe we can check that later. We still have more than half of the video to go through.
Keep going.
See how the artifact pattern is completely changing with flow variation on this tube.
Yeah, there you go.
Changing with flow variation on this.
My guess is, for example, the top tube was a high flow, the middle tube was a low flow, and then this one was also a high flow. That's my guess.
To quantify the flow variation,
I like every time he used this device. It's so satisfying to see the how to say the out of tolerance stuff, because you cannot see it with your bare eyes, but once you use this device, it's very satisfying to see, oh my god, actually there's a lot of change. As a software nerd, I would have written an app to produce it or gone to GitHub.
Measured the amount of runout of the hub gear of my BMG units and noticed a slight amount of deviation. But how much is too much? Can I run?
You see, that's what I love in MirageC. In most of the video, they would stop and say, there is some variation, so it's that's where the problem come from. But the right question is exactly what he asked. There is some variation, okay, but how does that affect the printing quality? Is that really where it comes from? That's what's so satisfying when I watch the video. The right question always comes at the right moment.
Runout of 3/1000 of an inch creates such an artifact.
And I like that he is not using
thou
empirical. No, how do you say? Empirical measurement.
Yeah, okay, I know, inches. Here in Canada, we mix both systems.
And I also love the humor of his video. Each video has a little bit of humor. I love that.
I drive at 100 kilometers an hour, but I am 6'1" tall.
Yeah,
anyways, because 3D printing is using the good system, let's convert that 3/1000 inch into something more meaningful. 3/1000 of an inch multiplied by 25.4 millimeter per inch gives us 76.2 microns. That still does not sound like a whole lot to me. But what does that really mean when we print? Let's run a little simulation.
That's the question, exactly.
Our gear has a diameter at the hub of 7.2 millimeter. If we offset that gear by half of that total runout that we measured before, we are going to shift it to one side by 38.1 microns. The gear assembly will now act as a 7.276 millimeter hub gear when that side reaches the filament.
This part is so well explained. Even the first time I watched, I understood everything, which is amazing for me if I understand the first time.
Then when the opposite side gets to the filament, the effective diameter of our extruder becomes 7.124 millimeter. So a total oscillation of 152 microns. Now we can start to feel the impact of this situation. In theory, if our gear was perfectly centered, for every millimeter of extruded filament, we would get 2.405 cubic millimeter of plastic. But because our gear is tricking us, we will sometimes get more plastic, and other times we will get less. When the hub gear is shifted towards the filament, the hub gear will pretend to have a diameter of 7.276 millimeter, therefore being 1.05% bigger than the perfect 7.2 we had earlier. And because of that augmentation, we are not getting the requested 2.405 cubic millimeter of plastic anymore. We are getting 2.43 cubic millimeter. On the other hand, we are only getting 2.38 cubic millimeter of plastic when the hub gear is shifted at the opposite side of the filament, and therefore pretending to be only 98.94% of the real thing.
There's one thing here, is that there is teeth on the gear, and if it's too big, let me think. Yeah, I still have some issues with the teeth, because if you put the teeth inside there, and then so you push the filament, and if it's too close with the same rotation speed, Oh, actually, the rotation speed would be different. Let me think. So if it's the red one, if it's bigger, like what I'm thinking is that the number of teeth are the same. So
Yes.
for each, like my thinking is the following: the number of teeth are the same, which means whatever for every rotation, it will extrude this. Yeah, then we go back to the last time discussion. Okay, yeah, I guess.
Right. So it's
Yeah, it's about how, like, when the teeth enter, like dig into the filament, how does that there is some stuff here that I still haven't completely understood, but I think last time, like, how does it affect the effective diameter, etc. But
yes, the effective gear ratio of the system, which is hard to visualize, but because it's the same size gear, but it does make a difference.
Yeah, but it's just the explanation, because you can think about it. If the number of teeth are the same and the distance between the teeth are the same, then whatever, if it's close or if it's not close, it's gonna drag the same amount of filament. So whether it's the red or whether it's the blue, or whether it's the green, it doesn't matter, because the number of teeth are the same. So whatever
the teeth don't matter at all. The teeth are just to help grip the filament. Like they don't right.
But if it doesn't, let me think.
So think of it as the center of the rotation to the
it's okay.
I guess like the outside of the gear. As you rotate or change the size of the gear or the position, then it changes that distance, right? But the motor is fixed, but the filament is not. So that distance right there, that's your effective gear ratio, and it's not much, but it does make a little bit of a difference.
Yeah. I think
that's why you get the marks on, well, potentially one of the reasons why you get the marks on your like what do you call it, salmon skin or something, where you can see the extruder gears repeated.
Yeah. I think I understand. My issue was where the amount of filament goes, but actually for each rotation, the amount of material that is extruded is the same, whether
Yes.
it's green or not. But if you have a complete rotation, it's just that some are extruded more at one time.
The speed of the extrusion has changed.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Got it. Okay, let me catch up a little bit there. Which CAD program is used to make this animation? Fusion, I guess, from what I see. It's all
Fusion 360.
What would have been my guess? Angular speed is also the same. Yeah, angular speed is the same with bigger distance. Yeah. Rotation speed is also increasing compared to the stepper motor speed. Rotation speed is also increasing compared to the stepper motor speed. What? Rotation speed is also increasing compared to the stepper motor speed. Oh, okay.
The effective speed.
Yeah. Rotation speed at the edge of the gear is going to be different on the center of the shaft. Yeah, one rotation is a set length, but during one part of the rotation, it extrudes more and the rest less, and the average the same center. Yeah, exactly. I'm very excited to see the next extruder design using this research. Yeah, we'll see at the end of the video. It's amazing that he has been able to work with who was that, Bontech, I think, to figure out some solution. Think of it being like rotating an egg in the wheel. Yeah. For some reason, I had something else in my mind, but yeah, that's very clear now. Rotation speed is also variating. Oh, rotation speed is also variating. Why would the rotation speed variate from the shaft?
The effective speed changes.
Do we agree that the shaft in the middle is
The
constant?
shafts will always, the shaft is constant, but the effective translation or motion translation to the filament changes. That's why it's used that word instead of actual.
Rotation speed. The rotation speed is the same everywhere,
Yes.
but the filament speed is different.
Yes.
Will vary. Yeah. Okay. Got it. The overall rotation speed should be constant, but the speed at any particular point will vary. Yeah, exactly. Effective rotation at the touching surface contact zombie gets it perfectly. Yeah. What does he means by rotation speed? Angular speed stays the same. How many degrees? Just term. Yeah, Sebastian. Exactly. The angular speed is the same everywhere. But if you take one point somewhere on the gear, then it will be different depending on how far it is from the center. Okay, yeah, that's very clear. I understood, which means 99% of the people understood.
Between the two scenarios, we now have a total difference of 0.05 cubic millimeter of plastic, and this is for only a length of 1 millimeter of filament extruded. Okay, I give it to you. We are back with small numbers again. But bear with me for a moment. If we were to take that theoretical 2.405 cubic millimeter of plastic from our perfect gear and shape it into a 0.5 millimeter wide by 0.1 millimeter thick layer.
Yeah, he's using the Cura model. He's not using Super Slicer model with the kind of rounded edge. Great. That's good, MirageC. That's the right model.
Profile, it would have to be 48.1 millimeter long. Where am I going with this?
Sorry, I didn't know.
5 millimeter wide by 0.1 millimeter thick.
Okay, so 0.5 millimeter, it's the layer width, I guess, and 0.1 the layer height. Okay, and if you want to extrude, what?
To take that theoretical 2.405 cubic millimeter of plastic from our perfect gear and shape it into a 0.5 millimeter wide by 0.1 millimeter thick layer profile, it would have to be 48.1 millimeter long.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's interesting. So with 1 millimeter of filament, you can get 48 printed line. Oh, I wouldn't have guessed that much. Okay, interesting.
Yeah, the lines are a lot thinner than the actual filament. Well, not a lot, but yeah.
Interesting.
Where am I going with this? Remember your mom's cake icing?
I didn't know this was. I mean, in Europe, this is not a thing, cupcake. But I saw in the US is a big thing, cupcakes.
Bag?
We like muffins.
Or that's
Is what?
We like muffins too.
Yeah, muffin we have, but the icing on top, nobody do that. Rotation
Good.
is.
You should try it.
Yeah, I will. I will become American. Remember?
We have this thing called a whoopie pie. It's like a New England thing. It's like 2 pieces of cake with like a frosting filling of some sort. Very good.
Yeah, so far I've been accommodated to the steak in Texas. That was amazing.
Silicone caulking gun you used the last time redoing the shower seal. What would happen if you apply?
Do you think he's doing some work at his home and he had this, or he bought everything just for the video?
You'll have a caulking gun?
You
never need to caulk your shower or something like that? It's like a household item.
Yeah, we don't have this in Shanghai. We just call someone. No? Everything is the labor is cheap in China.
That's fair.
I think he opened it just for the video. Yeah, I think so too. I think, except if he made some work exactly at the same time, but I think he made all of this just for the video. It's crazy.
That icing or caulking at constant speed while maintaining a nice and even layer thickness.
By the way, I learned that when you do that, you have to go the other way. I mean, when you do it for real, I mean. And that I didn't know. I have everything in hand, but I opened the brand new tube just for you guys. Yeah, that's what I guessed. That's crazy.
But you keep varying the flow. You guessed right. You're not going to push yourself into going faster, and neither will you go higher. Only that nice extrusion bead is now going to be wider.
Yeah, exactly. I wish my brain was connecting perfectly all my muscles, so that if I press too much, then I can also go faster, so that the line is better. But that's basically how could a printer do that. So the printer, yeah, that's why I always say a printer that has the pressure data connected to or just available would make with a closed feedback loop would make the print quality much better, because that additional material that has nothing to do then would increase the pressure in the nozzle, and then you would somehow be able to change that. Zombie All Night's powered version. What did you show, Zombie?
I have a electric version of one of those.
Okay. So you had to do a lot of stuff like this to invest.
I have a lot of caulking at my house. Yes.
Okay.
I actually use it to apply. I'm like rebuilding my house, so any adhesive, construction adhesive.
This only ensure you to have the constant amount of pressure. Constant. You push constantly, but you still need to go at a constant speed, right? That's up to you, right?
That's the you have to have a constant speed. So it's a good way to practice extruding, because all that does is just it extrudes at a consistent velocity, which if you're caulking, then it takes a lot of effort to actually squeeze it.
Yeah.
So
okay, got it.
It's nice to have.
Okay, yeah, we are more than half of the video.
Only that nice extrusion bead is now going to be wider. I prepared that little 3D model to show the difference.
This model is also amazing. How he connected the let's say the extruder to this, and then he could change the extruder. That was amazing.
Share your screen.
Sorry. Sorry. There you go. So yeah, he made a model where, I mean, later in the video, he will be able to change the thing in the extruder, and it's going to automatically change this. I have no idea how he made this, like maybe some kind of relationship between factors, but that was pretty cool.
Difference between the lean layers and the over extruded ones from our previous example. The under extruded lines have now a width of.
There are ways the printer could detect this variation, but not without adding a bunch of sensitive electronics to the hot end. Yeah, I agree.
400.
Chandler, you push the caulking gun to get a smooth bead. The only danger is squishing so much it accepts around the side. Yeah. I mean, it was just a YouTube video that I've seen where they were saying people do wrong and they have to push instead of pulling. But I don't know which one is correct.
To show the difference between.
Yeah, they were saying the right way of doing is to push it. Then you have a very nice line. But most of people, they pull it. But again,
you're supposed to actually take your finger and wet it after, and then rub your finger across it, and that smooths it out. Yeah. That's the proper way of doing it.
Push is correct. Okay. Yeah, I mean that video. The guy seemed professional, and he was just giving some tips, and then that was one of his tips, that you're supposed to push the caulking, not pulling. But
spoiler alert, there are many ways of achieving the same result.
Print busters for caulking. Or should you pull?
The lean layers and the over extruded ones from our previous example. The under extruded lines have now a width of 495 microns. The over extruded ones, on the other hand, have expanded to 505 microns. Although this is only a variation of 10 microns, we can clearly see on this model the impact on the surface quality. This is an eye-opener for me. The extruder should be considered as a precision instrument. We need better components for our direct drive race machines.
And again, he only looked at one component. Remember that he already eliminated things not to look at, but remember here, right? All of these components could do something, and he's only looking at one at the moment.
can clearly see on this model the impact on the surface quality. This is an eye-opener for me. The extruder should be considered as a precision instrument. We need better components for our direct drive race machines. The level of precision on the quantity of material extruded is also directly impacted by the manufacturing tolerances of your filament. If we use the same simulation model, a variation of plus or minus 0.05 millimeter on the filament diameter could mean a layer width varying between 0.47 millimeter wide and 0.53 millimeter.
This is interesting to see, like we talked about at the beginning of the video, how every part of the system would, how the part tolerance of every part of the system would affect the print. And in this case, it seems that it's much better to, I mean, if you had to invest into only one, then it's better to invest in a filament that is that has a tight tolerance compared to an extruder that has a tight tolerance. I mean, if you take a standard, right? Because the extruder, if there is some small defect, then it would not be as big as if your filament has this 0.05 tolerance. Push their spool in MIG welding is a much worse, in a much more heated debate than coating. Okay.
This is huge, but usually this variation will be spread over a greater distance of filament. But this is something to keep in mind. Look at this weird spiral caused by the poor quality from the end of a spool that I had in stock. If you wish to up your print quality game, it is therefore important that you choose a filament manufacturer with pretty tight tolerances. The work involved in making this video started back in August. A lot of work.
Can you imagine in August? That's like half a year ago.
Material, components, and time has been invested. My patrons were able to read a weekly report on my findings during this journey.
Oh, by the way, maybe I should put the... do you have this Patreon link somewhere? Or Patreon MirageC? Yeah.
Just go to my Patreon, because I am a Patreon, of course.
Okay, yeah.
It's Patreon. It's so weird.
Here's the link of MirageC Patreon. If you like the work we are watching right now, then and if you want more, then you can click the link and support MirageC. You will have access to way more information, I assume. Okay, let's continue.
Dear patrons, thank you very much. You are covering a portion of the costs involved at producing these kinds of research. If you too would like to help me out and would like to benefit from the detailed insights about my experiments,
hey, did I see zombie? I think I saw.
Would like to help me out and would like to
I saw
benefit
myself too.
from the detailed insight.
Here. Hey, zombie.
Hey, there we go. I actually didn't pause because I didn't know if I was saying something stupid or not. So
okay, I will not pause.
No, it's fine. It's fine. It's a good topic.
No, thank you, MirageC, for all the work. You are the awesome guy. Really amazing work.
About my experiments, I invite you to visit my Patreon page by clicking on the address link here below.
Oh, is that the mistake or the?
I invite you to visit my Patreon page.
Is that the inconsistency that we have discussed on stream?
I think so. Let me check.
August 29th. Oh, he posted it on the Patreon. Oh, that's cool.
Hey, you should join. Maybe after you get your stuff set up.
Yeah, I will join some. Yes, it is. Oh, okay. Oh, that's cool.
Big thanks to Nicholas from Polymaker for hiding the mistake during an in-depth review of my hot end testing video. You can watch the stream on Twitch here.
Oh yeah. I will MirageC. I'm still waiting to set up some stuff company wise, but I will be joining your Patreon. That's cool. That's awesome.
On the address link here below in the video description. Over and above the support from my patrons, I also benefit from a huge moral support from my good friend Vez3D. Well, perhaps he is not the best to provide any kind of moral advice with his lack of self-discipline, but I do appreciate our long scientific.
I didn't understand the joke here. What does LCD means in real?
I don't know if I can say that on stream.
Oh, LSD.
Uh,
yeah, I know.
no,
It's
no, it's not. It's not that. It's just carry on.
LSD. Oh, okay. Okay.
You can watch
Discussions
one of his
and
videos. He'll tell you all about it.
Okay. Because I guess he was about this.
large sense of drama. I like what Simon does with his VZ-Bot. Nah, seriously, man, thank you very much for allowing me to bounce ideas on you and for keeping me
In the YouTube chat.
Oh, okay. I understand.
focused when I get discouraged. Thank you, brother. Understanding the considerable variation that such a radial runout would give, I approached Bontech and explained the situation earlier this year. They've been super responsive.
Can you imagine the email to explain the situation? It's like, hey, I contacted Bontech and I explained the situation. Like that email that Bontech received with all the data and all the stuff. It was like, whoa.
It'd just
from
be
the
easier
start,
to hire him.
and we
at
then
that point.
worked on a
Again?
It'd be easier to hire him at that point. Just like, all right, you're hired. Just fix it.
Yeah, definitely. The original name was
revised gear assembly that would combine the shaft and the hub gear as one single part, therefore removing chances of having a hub gear out of center. After a few months of wait, I was very excited to try these new gears on. If this works, we will be able to maintain our tiny direct drive.
okay. So how did they do that? So
He
they
just machined it perfectly, so the it's the tolerances are so tight that it
Also, you don't need the
just-
set screw anymore because it's
Right.
press fit inside, right?
in fact, a lot of Ender, a significant number of Enders, for some reason, they have those press fit gears, which people complain about because when they go to swap out a component, they can't remove the thing attached to it because it's like almost permanently welded. But as a plus side, I guess we're finding out now that it can help increase the quality, potentially.
If I remember well, it does not, I think. If
gears on. If this works, we will be able to maintain our tiny direct drives extruders and get much better quality. With a little over 5/10 of a thou, yeah, oops.
5/10 of a what?
Sorry, inches.
Thousandths of an inch. A thou is 1,000 thousandth of an inch.
Okay, got it.
Is again
12.7
12.7 micron.
New Bowden shaft is machined from in one piece. Oh, it's in one piece. Whoa, how expensive!
So that's kind of like the bamboo X1. Their whole hot end assembly is just one piece. So the nozzle is part of the hot end.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
But that must be so expensive, not to manufacture a shaft with the gear.
Yes.
Well, okay.
Microns, should I say, of run out, these shafts should be much better. Well, nothing in life is easy. I am getting the same artifact once again, a little less pronounced.
That would have been, I think that hurts the moral when you do all of this work and then the company is actually, manufacturing something, blah blah blah, and then you end up with the same result. Oh my god, that must have hurt.
But it is definitely still there. Just like a ton of brick in the forehead.
Some date I saw on Ali, but don't quote me on that. I may be wrong.
It hit me. What about the plastic gear? Oh my god. It was such a downer to realize that I was focusing on the metal gear while the plastic gear was just as bad, if not much worse. In some cases, reaching up to 152.4 microns of run out. So I had to try pressing on my best plastic gear coming from the BMG clone unit that I had onto that new shaft from Bontech.
Cringe alert.
No!
Some days are better than others. That was not the case for today. I will sleep on it. While in bed, I started to shop around for better drive gears. Should we get some machine gears pressed on? Should I completely change my extruder design? Just as I was...
That's exactly how I imagine MirageC. always thinking about his test. Like he cannot, as long as it's not resolved, he always have this in his mind. I don't know how well he's sleeping, but I guess he has this issue of his brain working like 1,000 miles an hour on his projects.
Ready to close my eyes, this thing appeared. Fizetk just released a new improved gear. Better precision, apparently.
Hey, Rolohan, how are you?
Oh, hey.
Love the videos, yeah. We're almost at the end.
Fizetk just released a new improved
We are in the exciting part of the solution.
gear. Better precision, apparently. Seems to be a machined plastic gear. Oh well, let's order a few. 4 weeks have passed, and here we are.
What does he mean by it's a plastic machine gear? Let me go again.
This
I
thing
have
appeared.
no idea.
Fizetk just released a new improved gear. Better precision, apparently. Seems to be a machined plastic gear.
A machine plastic gear. Can you machine plastic also? So the other one is injection molded, and this one is machine. Fun
Yes.
fact.
You can post-process plastic. Like
Oh, so okay. You can machine.
yes, you could technically you would print it or whatever, not print, but you would inject it a little bit bigger than you need to, and then machine it to final size.
Oh, home machine. Home machine.
Or just take the raw, like a raw chunk of plastic. Okay, yeah, so it comes in a raw material, and then they just machine it out, just like metal.
It comes in bars. Oh, okay. Interesting. Okay, yeah, I'm just Googling it. Okay, I didn't know that. Interesting.
But you can do the same thing with 3D printer, and you can make something, and then you can do the same process of just removing material with a CNC machine.
During a boring job meeting, I was looking for a video shot of a guy in bed on his phone. Well, I kept my headset on and went in my bed, closed the light, and did the shot during a boring job meeting. Well, I don't know where MirageC is working, but I guess people must be very happy with his detailed work.
Or maybe he's spending too much time developing this stuff.
Machine one is CNC. Okay, got it.
Here. Oh well.
Les joies du télétravail. Yeah, exactly.
Let's order a few. 4 weeks have passed, and here we are. The new gears have arrived. How precise are they? Well, they are not perfect, but with just under 50 microns of runout, this is by far the best units I've seen. Let's try to press it on the shaft, but this time around, I will preheat the shaft before trying to press it in. There it is. It looks very good. And I was able to maintain the initial runout tolerances intact for both the plastic gear and the hub gear. And now let's print. So right now I could teach you a few swear words in French Canadian. Because let me tell you, I've used a lot of them. So new shaft more precise, new gear more precise. Looks a bit better, but it is not what I'm expecting. There is definitely something else going on there. What is that artifact? Once again, changing flow of the extruder would change the pattern. It is definitely related to the extruder. Could it be the idler hub? At this point, even if I don't have any logical theory about it, let's try to swap it and replace the idler hub gear for a stack of plain bearings. I may get less traction, but at this point, I could not care less. Oh wow, it is gone. But why? What is going on? Why is that artifact?
But why? That's the 3 Heaven video for but
Yeah.
why?
Why?
So the idler gear seems to hold the answers to our questions. So here's my theory. If the idler gear shaft is slightly tilted,
Oh, that reminds me of a video. I think we watched. What was the guy again? We watched a video about dual gear 3D printing surface quality. Let me check.
I don't remember.
Yeah. We watched it on stream, and then we had a lot of discussion. That was one of the long stream.
They're all long streams.
Yeah, this one. Let me try to. You will. Maybe you will remember. Let me share that. Let me share. Yeah, I really don't like that I cannot share the screen. Well, I guess it's time to move to OBS because it's annoying. Okay, this video from Mihai Design. You remember?
Oh yes, this one. Yep. I was putting those
And
on
then
the stream too.
it's much less accurate than MirageC. That's why we had a long discussion on all of this. But he was exactly talking about this problem. Let me check. Yeah, MirageC. Mirage Design covered the tilt and distance of the gear meshing. Oh, was it? I think here. Let me check.
All right, chat. What color wheels for the train? This is
What is
light
that?
green Playmaker. What color wheels should I use?
Okay, cool. Is that for Toys for Tots approved design? Is that one of the approved design?
Yep. It's
nice.
my first
snap
one.
The gear, right? You snap the wheels?
Yeah, I gotta print the wheels and snap them on.
Oh, that's cool.
Dark green. Interesting.
Oh, in dark green.
Oh, I wish I had some of the Galaxy. It's okay.
Okay, so let me check. I was sure he was talking about.
I've got jungle green. That might be cool. Yeah, that'd be good. Try it. But yeah, the dual gear meshing is. Yeah, it's a thing. In fact, we kind of, I mean, no one forgot about it, but it's been less discussed. But I've been fighting to try to get good quality on this printer, my Simple Core, for months now since I built it. And I just had no idea what the issue could possibly be. The closest that I've gotten was replacing the belted Z with a lead screw Z. And that got rid of one of my issues at least. So not perfect, but a lot better.
Yeah, I think I found what he was talking about. I think it's here. Okay, so anyway, that's just what I remember from this one. Let me put back the other video, and let's finish Chrome tab. This one. Okay.
Let's try to swap it and replace the idler hub gear for less. Oh, wow. It is gone. But why? What is going on? Why is that artifact gone? So the idler gear seems to hold the answers to our questions. So here's my theory. If the idler gear shaft is slightly tilted, and it wouldn't take much, as we've seen earlier, with very small numbers having noticeable impact on the surface quality, this tilt could apply a force at angle on the filament. This means that the filament could be pushed forward or backward, and therefore changing its position inside the hub gear groove. Changing position in the groove would also mean changing the effective extruding diameter of the hub gear. Using our CAD simulation model, we can see how much impact.
Yeah, that was the model I was talking about. He
Yeah.
was able to correlate the two. That's amazing.
Can this condition where the filament is walking in the groove have on the print surface? It can definitely throw things off by a much greater margin than our 76 micron hub gear runout had.
However, I didn't understand the why the tilt is a problem.
Same issue with the wobbly gear. It creates more or less speed on it, effective speed.
This time that constant, no? It's not like the other time where it's faster, slower, faster, slower. Here is just tilted.
Well, the idea is that the filament can vary, so it can go like walk back and forth. So, and that can be inconsistent. How like the positioning of the gearing.
So tilted means maybe I didn't understand the tilt. So if you have, for example, this, if you have this, and then if it's tilted, does that mean it's still spin this way? Or if it's tilted, then it's spin this way? Because it's tilted.
This again. So yeah, when it's you probably can't really see this, but it's just like it twists like this. Sorry, if it like this on the gear, so it could be slightly out of sync.
I know. But if it's tilted, does that mean it will spin this way? Or
no,
but it will still spin the right way.
A consistent angle, but this is the one part of the video where I couldn't really see a huge effect, I guess.
The axis rotation is tilted. Oh, okay. So the axis rotation is tilted. Okay.
Yeah.
Then I don't understand. I don't understand why
these triangle
let me try
gears
to
are ridiculously good.
You can talk MirageC. Let me I will send you the link if you wanna. Yeah, don't do the effort of writing all of this. That's very bad from me to do that. Let me send you. You already spent so much effort doing a video. I'm not gonna ask you to write some stuff in the chat. I just send you the StreamYard link if you want to join, right? If you have time, if you want to explain. But yeah, the other part I understood because it was inconsistent, like fast, slow, fast, slow. But now the system does not move and it's always the same. But is it so unstable that by itself it will move around, or that's the part I'm not sure I understand.
I don't have an answer for that either.
Yeah, I send it on Discord, MirageC, if you want to join. So the filament works in Y because there is a Y-axis force vector. If the filament is working in, what does working means? The gear, the pressure.
Walking. Let's say walking.
Just walking in the gear, the pressure may vary, affecting the nozzle pressure.
Right. So if the system assumes that the filament is exactly in the center of the gear at all times, if it deviates from one side to the other, then that would affect how much comes out.
Why would it go back and forth like this?
I don't know.
Yeah. Okay. Let's see. Maybe MirageC is going to help.
I can't see it happening, but
in a perfectly aligned system, all the force is in the Z only, moving slowly in Y. Yeah, but then you would at some point it will just be out of the gear. What I don't understand is why you go back. Oh, okay, MirageC is here.
Knock, knock. Knock, knock.
Hey, how are you?
Who's there? Who's there?
Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, very, very well. How are you?
I'm very good. You guys?
Yeah, awesome. Actually, at the beginning of the stream, someone was saying, is MirageC joining for the video? I say, no, we're just going to watch the video. Well, who knows what can happen?
Yeah, sorry for the mess. I'm going through some...
Is that a next awesome project or?
No, unfortunately not. This is me trying to fix my printer because I think I've burnt my my thermistor during the Olympics. Let me just try to get the camera to look at me properly. And I'm trying to make myself a small block that could contain the two thermistors together and compare their consistency. So for the Olympics, I'm gonna be able to make sure that my thermistors are all equal, or at least I have a base of comparing them to make sure that 220 is 220. You know.
Yeah.
That's
awesome.
a good question.
Yeah. So for that question, for the filament, my theory, as I said, is if we tilt one of it's a driving gear, right? The idler is also providing traction to the filament.
Yeah.
So if it is tilted, I thought that maybe I'm pushing. So this traction is now not fully vertical. It's not fully aligned with the hot end anymore.
Mm-hmm.
It is slightly pushing the filament to one side. It may force the filament to shift its position inside the hub gear towards one higher diameter, therefore extruding more plastic. And then as it loses grip from that side push, it just resets itself. You know, it would. I don't know. That's my theory. I don't know if this is really what's going on, or perhaps the pressure from the hot end making a bend in the plastic, and the plastic is just oscillating like this in the hub gear. But we wouldn't see, if this second situation is happening, we wouldn't see a huge improvement with only idler bearings as an idler.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. So it goes on one side because it's pushed by the way the system is set up, and then when it reaches some kind of extreme, then it would just go back, like losing grip or some kind of getting caught by the beginning of the gear, and it would just go back, and that's what creates the inconsistency. Okay.
Maybe like the back pressure of the hot end.
Yeah, makes more sense. Okay, we almost finished. We almost finished the video. Do you want to stay with us to finish, MirageC?
Yeah. Kids are asleep. I was just playing in the garage.
Cool. It's funny to have the same video coming from live and coming from the same voice coming from the video and coming from live.
Therefore, changing its position inside the hub gear groove. Changing position in the groove would also mean changing the effective extruding diameter of the hub gear. Using our CAD simulation model, we can see how much impact can this condition.
How long does it take to do this? Like, how did you correlate the filament space in that modeling to your surface modeling?
Let me just turn off the heat because the heater is on and it might.
Sure. Yeah. On Printbusters, we heat up the room with the brain.
So in Fusion 360, what I discovered, and I had to look into the discussion forums to understand how to have a sketch to drive dimensions following the position. So what I'm doing is that I'm moving one part, the sketch corresponding to the projection of that part is also being amended. And now, since I have those dimensions in the sketch moving, then it drives the dimension of the width for the layers. So it's kind of a bit of a manual process to go and update the sketch and re-update the animation. But that's how I did it.
Oh, okay.
Makes sense. Interesting.
Yeah. Oh, that's nice. So, like,
how long does it take? I can't count. It would be
it would be admitting that I don't take care of my wife and my kids, and that I have no life.
No, I mean, yeah, it's amazing. How, I mean, you already have a huge amount of video I see. That means if you spend like, let's say, half a year per video.
I produce maybe one every 4 months. That's all I can afford.
Yeah, it's a video that takes 4 months to understand and to properly, so that's okay.
Where the filament is walking in the groove have on the print surface.
It's a share your screen.
It can definitely throw things off by a much greater margin than our 76 micron hub gear runout had. Look at that.
Yeah, the screen is not on, Nick.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you, co-host too.
Sorry,
Two people.
And yeah, so it looks like it's even more than the filament accuracy. So now we are re-questioning whether you should spend money on a good filament or on a good extruding system.
The design of my tiny extruder could be in cause for not maintaining the idler shaft parallel properly to the drive gear. The limited amount of axial backlash on the idler might not allow for a perfect self-alignment of that hub groove. Print accuracy of the extruder body could also play a role. Many factors need to be perfectly under control for an extruder gear system like the BMG to work properly. Now that I know the source of this annoying artifact, I can retest properly the hub gear shaft assemblies I have in stock using an idler made from bearings. The first one on the left was done with the Bondtech original extruder gear shaft assembly. We can clearly observe the ripple artifact from the extruder gear wobbling around its axis. In the middle comes the new shaft assembly that I made from the Bondtech new experimental integrated shaft and the plastic gear from Ficet. The repetitive rippling is practically gone. Although a few artifacts are still showing up, the quality is much better. And on the right, I reprinted a tube using my Hemera in Bowden mode to compare. Although it is still the best tube from the three, I think the results obtained with my revised direct drive configuration is pretty close to what Bowden gives.
Oh, so the middle one was the new shaft with the new CNC gear with the new idler. That was the
correct. All three, because I wanted to eliminate the impact of the tilted idler or whatever is going on with the idler. I wanted to just concentrate, get back to that extrusion gear. So the plastic gear, the hub gear, and the shaft, all that initial assembly we were looking at the beginning, that we have new parts right now. So let's figure out what was the old baseline without the idler, and that new baseline, that old baseline, there it is. So Bondtech original gear set was on the left, and then middle one is the new assembly I custom made from the Bondtech experimental shaft and the Ficet machine pump gear.
Okay. Sorry, it looks like I have a poor outage, so I don't have my screen in front of me. I don't know what you guys are watching. Sorry. This hotel has poor outage every day. I don't know what's wrong here. They are not affected by the Ukraine war here. They shouldn't have that.
Interesting.
Can you still hear me?
Yeah, we hear you just fine, and we see the three tubes right now on the screen still.
Oh, okay. I guess I will just continue like this until the power come back. Yeah, I don't know why they have this. Okay, great. So you use the new idler, okay, and then the Bondtech original, the new the new shaft with the new gear and the integrative driving gear, and then the last one is the Bowden. Oh, okay, it come back. So let me plug again. Okay, great. And then the result is that okay, so you did improve. I mean, the new shaft, the integrated gear on the shaft with the CNC gear did actually change quite a lot, right?
Yeah.
From the first.
So in other words, what we're looking at right now is the hub, every out of center condition on the driving shaft, isolated without any noise from the idler. That's what you're looking at right now.
Yeah, okay. And it's interesting to see. Okay, so just give me a second that I reset everything. Let me put back this there, and then this here, and this guy also here. Okay, great. And interestingly enough, then the Bowden is still so the Bowden seems to actually deal with whatever problem the extruder has by evening out any inconsistency, right? But the problem is, yeah.
Correct. So so if you go back to the beginning of the video when we were talking about the stepper driver, then to the stepper motor. So every stage of the process, you're gonna induce some, micro stepping being what it is. It's electric pulses to the motor being magnetic coils that are just aligned. The way the physicals inside the motors are done are going to also induce also tiny little variations, and then you work that chain all the way back to the hot end. This is where a Bowden system has this dampening, like this car suspension, just smoothening things around, and that's why you need so much pressure advance, because you need to build up all that pressure and you need to decompress it as you want to retract. So this acts as a condenser. Take how a noise filter for sound or electronics uses condenser. It would be the same principle. So that's why Bowden gives such quality. So if I think that if we're able to come up with ways of having better motors, better machine parts, better all those systems to a point, because ultimately machining costs and everything will drive we'll put a stop to our dreams. But I think that that's the first step, and then whatever is left, can we induce some dampening or at the direct drive.
And you were saying that you want to solve that problem because right now you could counter that with the Bowden, but the problem they have with the Bowden is even if you use pressure advance, it's still not good enough to go to the speed that would be satisfying for you, let's say.
Bowden, I was never a Bowden guy. I tried it, and I mean, retracting 5 or 6 millimeter takes a considerable amount of time, and those, you're going to do it at what, 80 millimeter per second, climb it up to 100 and use 48 volt. You're still having all that travel to do every time you want to change position. So that's one, and then you add the pressure advance, considerable amount of pressure advance. I was using 1.1, I believe, as per the testing they did, which was like it's way too much.
Understood. Yeah, I guess that's now the pros and cons, and direct and indirect. Indirect will be able to damp all the issues from the extruder. Direct would be much faster, but then you directly have also all the issues.
Imagine that pressure reader inside the hot end we were talking about earlier, like the electronic device. Could we have a spring loaded or I'm dreaming, hydraulic fluid compensating the pressure and just adjusting it electronically so it remains what you want. Yeah, but I'm just
that's a good idea, because at the end of the day, the Bowden is only like a dampening tool. So if we can have the same effect, but we just shrink the dampening idea. But the spring, let me think.
This plunger, or I don't know how to call it, that would be inside the hot end could be controlled, or back the pressure, the actuation of it could be electronically controlled. So as you're, just to use a car analogy, because I'm a car guy, you would come close to a corner, then you would hit that button, suspension would be firming up, you turn the corner, and then as you go in your stretch the other direction, then everything becomes smooth again, riding Cadillac style. And then next corner, boom. But this is like pure.
Because
something like that would be would be much more than what I'm able to do right here with a caulking gun and.
I mean, yeah, the issue I always had with electronics is how fast you can close the loop. You can get some feedback, but I like mechanical solution because it's almost direct. If we have some kind of thing that would, if there is a kind of system that if you're pushing too much, then it would kind of spring, and then once it's too less, then you will use that spring, because at the end of the day it will always be an average. So that's why when you say the spring, it's kind of a good idea, because that's what the Bowden is doing. So yeah, it's a good idea. Okay, we have a few minutes. Oh, let me unmute and let me share. And let's finish that.
Is still the best tube from the three. I think the results obtained with my revised direct drive configuration is pretty close to what Bowden gives. We have to remember that this observation is being done with the light coming from the top, and every little variation in flow will show up, either caused by PID, heater pulses, filament homogeneity, filament diameter.
Yeah, because the issue you have is really the kind of the last one, right? You already solved a whole bunch of issue before that. Because I'm thinking about people watching the video and they say, "Oh, okay, I need to get a good gear, etc." And then they still have issues because you have solved a whole bunch of issue before arriving to that, let's say, final boss for surface quality. So I think people needs to understand that there is a lot more common thing happening even before arriving to this final surface quality issue.
I've literally paused the development of my printer because of the quality I was getting out of it, and I lost almost 2 years due to what we're looking at today. So the oh wow, it is gone. When you heard me saying that in the video, that was genuine. Like, I was so happy that night to have found I got it.
Yeah,
I could definitely.
I redid the triple Z axis. I don't know how many hours I spent on that machine, just making sure it was all right, and Z banding and wobble rings, wobble wings, call them the way you want. But like, I spent so much time in there, and it wasn't constant. So what was happening? I couldn't put my finger on it, and then I decided that one day I said, okay, I'll get to the bottom of it. And
oh, you nailed it.
I've definitely been fighting with that for my my Sippo core, which is a sort of a modified Trident to some degree. I had a direct belted bed, but it's a 350 millimeter bed, so it's super heavy, and I'm assuming that it was causing issues in the Z. So I switched to lead screws, and it's better, but I'm still fighting, and it's always been inconsistent extrusion, this and that, and no one's been able to answer it. So seeing someone who's I would call you a professional printer designer at this point run into those issues, it just goes to show how much more improvement we can have. I can't wait to see some actual results from this.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that's this type of research that really encourage or guides companies towards the right direction. I mean, I'm very happy that you have been sharing all of this research with Bondtech.
With Bondtech, I developed a very good relationship when we initially bundled the kits for the my little extruder and on the Havort, and they were sending me products so I could have a check and try them out. So they've been super friendly from the start. So I really approached them in a manner, because I felt bad doing that video and putting them on the spot like this, because I've been talking to them for the past 8 months. And that I initiated that conversation. It took me a while to get at the point where I was ready to test those new gears. So shame on me for not working faster. But in the end, I think that their system that they've developed at one point was meant for a type of printer, and we're now shortening the distance between. Because right now, I mean, on my extruder, the hot end fits directly on, like the extruder gears are just right above it. There's like a 20 millimeter between the heatsink and the extrusion force. So we're using their system into something that was perhaps not intended at first.
Mm.
And I suspect that also for on their end, source of supplies and stuff like that, and business being what it is, there might be some shifts as they were as a company as well, shifting their focus on other products that would be moving their line of product forward, such as the LGX and stuff like that. So I think this is where we're all you put all the elements together, and this is how the storm started. So, but they're super. I'm meeting with them on Monday. They're in, staff meeting.
Cool.
So we'll see how it goes, but they're super open at trying to find something that is gonna. My personal goal is to find something that will be a direct fit for any BMG user right now. So that's the first step. Let's have a solution for them, and then if we want to be crazy and do something else as a new era extruder, then we'll put our ideas in the basket. But I think as a first step, we need to fix everybody having those gear sets right now at home. How do we fix it?
Yeah,
it's more of a drop-in replacement for a lot of these existing ones. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
that makes sense. I've been playing around with a couple of the large gear extruders, the TBG, and then I have the LGX Lite now, and it does seem like having large gears has a huge advantage if they're machined properly.
Right, you're just we say in French, drowning the fish.
Yeah.
You put so much water than the fish drowns, but as you're increasing the diameter, that little variation that you had, the ratio is going to be a lot different. So if you're for one turn, you're doing, I don't know, 50 millimeter of pushing filament instead of 20. Rotation distance on the BMG is what? I lost my count. 22 point something, I believe. Is it?
Sure.
7.2 times pi is going to make us close to 20-ish. Anyways, so but you get the point. So between a 20 rotation distance and a 50 rotation distance, and if you have the same machining tolerances that are going to push you by the same amount eccentricity, now that variation becomes a lot less on your diameter, on your overall circumference.
And on that kind of topic, I think I really have to order a Canon or build one. That seems kind of optimal in many ways. And I know people in your Discord were talking about that. So I just don't know why we don't hear about the, I mean, I guess it's, people are stuck on the same thing, but it'd be cool to see what's the future, but also how to improve what's currently on the market.
No, I think China right now is just shooting in all directions. You see stuff coming out and they know that we're troubleshooting. They know we're trying stuff. So we're just going to buy anything new coming out. They know it.
Yep. Yeah, they're using us as like marketing.
Oh yeah, big time. We're doing their R&D.
So, I see your Delta behind you. I'm wondering whether the whole because I did notice some better quality on Delta, and everyone was saying it was mainly because of the motion system. I'm wondering if it's because it's Bowden rather than all the Cartesian, and most of them are direct. I'm wondering, is that come from that or not?
Yeah, I have to be honest, I have not put the time I should have on that printer. They sent it to me so I could test it. And I dragged time so much. In the end, I just said, I'm going to write off a check to you. A machine is going to be mine, and I won't do a review. And then I started to print on it, and just print quality is horrible. But I haven't tuned it. I have not. I just turned the thing on and hit print on an STL that I sliced. But I could see there's a lot of work to be done. On the machine for.
I feel with Deltas, I don't use one, but I've just heard they take a lot more tuning. But there's I don't know what you call it, but the suspended extruder on a Delta, so it would make a really short
flying Bowden.
Flying Bowden. I wonder if that would be an interesting system.
Right, you're just reducing the length of the tube. So instead of having 5 to 6 millimeter of retraction, then you're going to get up with 1.5. So right there, you're speeding up things, but you're still Bowden. The thing is with a Delta. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm wondering. It's not a test, but how how the length of the Bowden affect the surface quality. You get what I mean? Like if you get, because
what's
now
the ratio?
yeah, I mean your Bowden is not small, I think. What if it's half the size? Would you have the same result? What if it's a quarter of the size? So
The shape,
and what if you
the
have
size, the shape, the internal diameter, those
Yeah,
are
yeah,
all factors that are gonna.
yeah. And then I'm wondering if all the if you only had to have, I don't know, like maybe 50 millimeter or 60 millimeter of Bowden, and that solved most of your problem. Or I don't know. I mean, you get what I mean? Like the idea is to shrink what your Bowden right now is able to do, dampening all the issue, and shrink that to I don't know, 10 millimeter.
I think as our prime goal, we need to keep. So my always when I design something is trying to keep it as compact and as together as possible. So we want to have the extrusion control as close as the hot end as possible. Now, those are band-aids. To me, it's like trying to solve something else with a, that suspension that we need, making it a Bowden and putting stuff further away. To me, that's a band-aid. That elsewhere, and we should. Yeah,
I agree. You counter the problem instead of solving it, basically. No, I 100% agree. 100% agree.
So here's an interesting comment in chat from Little John. Has an idea of a dual gantry with the extruder and fans on the top one, and then a short Bowden tube, and then just the hot end on the bottom one. So like two parallel gantries. That's kind of interesting.
Decking Man. What was the name of that guy who made a printer that was Decking Man? Some years ago, a guy did something like that. Like it was a Core XY, but I believe that the extruding system was quite heavy, quite huge, was moving over the gantry and just following it.
Yeah, interesting.
Yeah, it is. Okay, let's finish the.
Nevertheless, it is clear to me that the more precise your extruder system will be, the better surface quality you'll get. I'm currently having discussions with Bondtech for a potential solution to be offered that would help those of us with a compact direct drive extruder based on the BMG internals. I'll keep you guys posted when something is ready. In summary, the last 2 months have taught me a lot in what is going on into the extruders. They are probably the most important part of a 3D printer. Their impact is also amplified if you're using them into a direct drive extruder, because we're not benefiting from the dampening effect of a Bowden tube. Every single little defect or variation will directly be translated to your print. And as explained today, it does not take much to create visual artifacts. I hope this video can help you to increase your print quality. Let me know in the comment section below what was the mod that had the best impact on your print quality. Now that you have seen me naked with all my defects, let's get dressed. Let's put back on this very nice light dress that makes us shine under our best angle for the photo. See you soon. Happy printing.
Yeah, amazing work. So again, let me share again the MirageC Patreon link. And if you want to support this type of work, make sure to join this Patreon. It's like we saw today. It's a huge amount of work to do this research, and it benefits the whole industry. It's not like a YouTube video that just for entertainment. It's really a research. Do you write some research paper as well, or just recording on this video? That's your record. Oh, sorry, I think you are muted. I think. Sorry, MirageC, I think you're muted. Hello, can you hear me?
Hello.
Yeah, I think you're muted for some reason. But I can. Now it should be fine.
I'm speaking very low. I'm playing.
Yeah, it's all good now.
Sorry about that. No, I was on mute. No, what I was saying is that what was the question?
The question was
papers. Yeah,
right.
No, I have no engineering degree, and everything I do, I've learned on my own. And I have some engineer guy writing to me lately. Just they want to publish some papers and they want me to co-author the article. I was super flattered and super excited, but I really have no clue what that means. So I'll have to educate myself on that process.
Well, the thing about engineering isn't about knowing anything. It's about knowing where to find this stuff or do
Google.
the research.
Google.
Yeah, so by nature, you are an engineer.
Yeah, definitely. Like in French, the engineers, we always say that they don't know anything, but they can do anything. So that's kind of the idea. So which was basically, I mean, I come from a French engineering school, and I arrived in 3D printing. I mean, I'm in computer science, right? It has nothing to do with electronics, mechanical stuff, or 3D printing. But at the end, then we just figure out slowly after 8 years, then just figure out what 3D printing is about. But in France, you can't call yourself an engineer without credential.
It is here in Quebec. You can't say I'm an engineer without paying officially there's a Ordre des Ingénieurs du Québec, and this order, like if you don't pay your duty and you don't, I don't know if there's any tests, recurring tests and stuff like that, but if you're not part of this, you can't sign engineering. You cannot call yourself engineer. So pretty rigid process.
Very, very interesting. So yeah, thank you so much, MirageC, for joining with your busy timeline. Anything you wanna share with us before leaving? Interesting project or what we should expect?
Hot End Olympics. I need to change the name of that thing. So Olympics is a word apparently reserved by the official committee of Olympics.
Oh.
Whoa. So like they literally bought that word off the dictionary. You cannot use that word. You cannot touch it.
Really?
I've read articles from lawyers and stuff like that. It's like it's a no-go. They bought that word. It belongs to them from now on. We cannot use it. It's insane. It just doesn't get. I can't understand that, but it is what it is. So I'll probably call that a Hot End Championship. To be honest, I have not spent a lot of time on that lately since I was caught into that research on the Hot End. I did a lot of courses in Python to try to crunch the data. I have to come through I realize right now, and I have to accept that fact that I won't be programming that thing entirely in Python. I cannot, and either I hire somebody to do it, and at that point I would lose a bit control and understanding of the data. So what I'm going to do is partially use Excel again to do the entire preparation of the data, and the steps that are the most memory demanding or CPU demanding are going to be done in Python and then return back to Excel. So that's how I'm going to do it. Okay. And testing wise, so right now tonight I'm trying to find a way to calibrate my thermistors. So I want to make sure that whatever hot end I put on the machine, I have a way to standardize this hot end. 220 for this one is 218 for this one is 217 for the other one. So I just want to make sure that at least we have this understanding, because as we saw, that temperature has a huge effect on the pressure that you're going to need to extrude at the same flow level. So it's very important that if I say 220, it is 220.
Now with Clipper, you can make a custom, you probably know this, but a custom thermistor where you can plot the different resistance, like a lookup point.
I could probably apply an offset.
Well, you can say specifically like what resistance value.
Yeah. That's how I'm gonna adjust them so that they all match. But ultimately, I need now to get. So I want to know what I was intending to use a PT100 as my standard go-to, like my in French we say étalon. How do you say this étalon in English? Like the reference. It would be the reference. Yeah. But I don't have like super fancy equipment for temperature measurement, so I don't know if that would be good. So at least allowing me to compare them into the same rig is gonna learn me about are there a lot of differences? Are there types that are more common? And from there, I'll be able to continue my journey in there. Awesome. I have a lot of plastic right there waiting for me.
Did you get the what was only one shipment or 2 shipment? I remember some ABS, no? Or
I got 2 shipments. So I got PLA in the first one, and the
Mhm.
second shipment was ABS and PETG.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Great.
yeah.
Great. So yeah, do you have this issue where the more you work on the project and then you have all of these branches that you wanna check out and investigate, and at the end, then the project kinds of
Yeah, people at work are gonna send me pictures of squirrels because they know me. You remember that movie Up?
yes.
Yep.
The house with the balloons lifting up and the dog, squirrels. He just left, right. I that's like
Interested in
that's
everything.
me. I just divert. I forget what I was doing and end up completely somewhere else. So I'm trying to put some plans together just to keep me focused, and I end up like lost into that extruder for I don't know how I started that, but that was like a year ago. Hot End Olympics were also a year and a half ago that I started that rig and that process. I did learn a lot, and I think that the more and that's what is fun about knowledge, is that the more you know, the more you realize that you don't know.
Yeah. That's true. There is
So that's scary when you're entering a project and you think, here's what I'm going to do, but as you walk you say, well, I know it doesn't work like that.
Yeah, I 100% agree. Amazing. So yeah, I don't want to take too much of your time. I'm already super thankful that you've been able to join us for watching your video and explaining more live your video. Sorry, but yeah, thank you so much.
As I said, it's all in my head, and sometimes it's not even clear in my head. So trying to put it with words and some pictures to explain it, it's a challenge. But I learn by doing those videos. It helps me to understand what I was thinking.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, we'll hang out a little bit more. There's another video about GPU stuff that we're going to check. But thank you again for
I'm gonna
coming.
go back to my thermistors.
Good luck.
Pleasure, guys. Nice to meet you, Zombie.
Nice to meet you too. I'll keep hanging around in Discord. It's guys, if you haven't checked out his Discord, it's ridiculous. You thought the Polymaker Discord had like a lot of channels. Like there's an individual channel for every single topic. And I hope one day I'll be able to build a Hevort, but I know I wouldn't want to build a cheap one, so I'll wait.
The Hevort right now. My plan that I started 2 years ago was to, iron out a few things on the design. I've learned a lot, and that printer was designed when I first started in 3D printing. So I have put what I knew back then. So with the new knowledge luggage that I have right now, I'd like to push it back into that design. But my goal is to keep a printed 3D printer as much as possible. Yeah. And that would offer a certain level of rigidity than the Triple Z, and try to make it not cheap, not simple, but something that would be a good balance between, you're trying to get and which some small companies could buy that thing or build that thing for their own use, and very reliable. On mine, same ball screws I've been running for like a year. I've lubricated them twice. I put the Kleenex on them, and it's going to be white again. The pulleys I inspected everything in the course of doing that video for the extruder. I pulled out all of my pulleys and inspected them. They were just perfect after a year and a half of abuse, even going on servos. No, that's my goal right now, is push that knowledge back into design for maybe kits, maybe better documentation. What's the next step for that project? So that's my goal.
Well, I'll be following it pretty well. I know a lot of other people are interested in the community.
Definitely.
So stay awesome.
Yeah. So sorry, I talk too much. So Nick, don't think twice about inviting me.
No worries. That's awesome. Thank you.
Now I'll let you guys go and continue what you have to do.
Great.
Have fun.
Right.
Thank you.
Bye. Thank you.
Bye.
Be awesome.
You too. Awesome. Yeah, it was it was amazing that he was able to join us.
Yeah, That's like, in my opinion, one of the most, how do you describe it? Professionally technical people on YouTube.
Mm.
And it's ironic that, well, the people that are more interested in the hobby, or maybe they don't go to school for it, but those people tend to produce the best data and best results because it's pure passion that goes into it. For example, if I did something, if I was told to make like electric circuit or whatever, I would be very technical. I would be, kind of, it's a job. It's not a hobby. It's not a passion. So it's pretty interesting to see that.
Yeah, definitely. What was your passion before 3D printing? 3D printing is from this year, right? If I remember well.
Yeah, so 3D printing, the first time I saw it was in college. I knew someone who was who ran the 3D printing club, and it never clicked to me. Like, I never thought like, oh, this would be cool to have. Like, I was given a plastic boat, was like, oh, this is cool. Someone printed me a plastic Lego gear. Like, okay, that's kind of cool. But it never went further than that because I didn't think it was achievable on I didn't think I could get something that would be worth having. And back then, probably not. So now with consumer electronics and stuff becoming a lot cheaper, printers are more obtainable. With that, you get more people coming into the hobby that have no idea what they're doing. So it's just like flooding the whole hobby with people that don't know anything. And then companies are starting to develop for that audience. So you get a lot of cheap printers that just barely work. And it's so frustrating. So frustrating to see that after using them for this long and like stuff now. So I understand. I understand completely.
Cool. So yeah, it was amazing to have MirageC able to join. And hey, Paisley, is you still there? How did you enjoy the? So we finished 20 minutes video in 3 hours. That's not bad.
I said exactly 3 hours.
Yeah, at least we finished the video. So yeah, for me, I'm all good to go for the next video. But
I think we should do a giveaway.
We should do giveaway first. I think you're right. And what should we do after?
We have a raid from Sith Lord Brit. Welcome on in. Thanks for the raid. What were you streaming?
Oh, amazing. Hey, Brit, how are you? Welcome, everyone. We just finished watching. Let me put maybe a quick summary here. We just finished watching this video from MirageC, which for some reason is not showing. There you go. Now it is. Yeah, we just finished this video. We were studying the impact of different part of the 3D printing system in order to improve your surface quality. It was amazing. It was not planned that the MirageC, the author of the video, to join our stream, but he was in the chat, and then we welcome him on the stream to explain a little bit more about the video. So it was amazing. Welcome everyone again. How was the stream, Sis Love Brit? Oh, did you change your you change your logo? No, that's a new one. Yeah, I think it's a new one. Sis Love Brit. And I think your red is arriving next week, if I remember well. I checked the shipment yesterday, and I think the Silk Brit red is arriving next week. So pretty cool. Yeah, I think it's next week. So that's nice. Pretty cool. That's pretty amazing. So it's pretty late. So what we're gonna do is a giveaway. And did I? No. Did I just close the?
Close out of it.
Oh, no way. I think during the.
Did you?
Oh, I did. I think I did. But anyway, as you have to be there, then I guess. So sorry, we'll have to doing again. Yeah, it is very, very exciting, Brit. It is very exciting. Did you do some printing today, or was it some cosplay, or what did you do today on the stream? Yeah. So sorry, I had the power outage, and for some reason when it restarted, I may have closed some stuff and moved some stuff around, and I close the giveaway. But you can just type "I'm awesome" in chat right now, and you will enter the giveaway. I will give you like a few minutes, and then I will draw.
Oh,
And
while we're doing that,
did Zombie just join?
of course, I need some more filament. Need that new
Pretty
galaxy lineup.
cute. Come again?
Need that new galaxy lineup.
Yeah, definitely. It's not on the way yet, but it's being produced. Sophia, how are you? K2. Do we have a bank K2 now, or I guess yes,
Of
right?
course we do.
Of course, we have bank K2. We have I don't know how many commands we have, but we have. NSTO, I'm back to the Twitch world. Yeah, welcome back. I don't know if we still have some people on YouTube. Let me check. Oh, Printed Vision is on YouTube. Matt German is on YouTube. Non-Fam, Torx Fighter. Oh, so we do have still some people on YouTube. Dave, Kali, Don't Knock It, Local Maker, David Doug, Bad Month, Theodore, Francis Bellon. Oh yeah, so we still have a lot of people on YouTube.
Let's watch a 1-minute video. Whoops, I said the wrong thing. Let's watch a 1-minute video before we do the giveaway.
Okay, 1 minute video before the giveaway. What's going to be the video?
Yeah, it's a short. It'll take me longer to actually find it again.
What's let me check. What's new on video? Chris Priolo live. Voron Trident. There's a live from Tweet from Tweet. Oh, Buena is thinking some stuff for Toys for Tots. That's nice. Did you? Where did you send it? Oh, you sent
Twitch chat. Yep.
But that's MirageC channel.
Yes, it is.
Oh, it's a short on that channel. Okay.
Oh, I sent you another link in chat.
Oh, sorry.
That's the one. The actual short.
Where's the other link? Why I can't see the other link? Oh, there you go. Oh, my chat is actually off screen. I was missing a lot of chat. Okay, and then I need to do the whole thing again about sharing this the Sislov breed way. Otherwise, you cannot hear what's happening. Okay, there you go. So what is this short about? Let's check.
Somebody asked me to redo their car key fob pad, and I'm using TPE 80A to redo it. This thing is just like a wet noodle. Look at this. So soft. What amazes me right now is that I'm using my idler, as shown in the previous video, made from plain bearings.
By the way, you can hear the sound, right?
Yes, I can.
Okay.
So therefore, I only have one side pulling, one side putting some traction on that filament to push it down. Which brings me to think, how much traction do we really need?
New question. That's going to be another half a year project. How much traction do you need?
Right.
When you have an engineer asking this type of question in with this tone, it means something is coming.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Let's do the giveaway. Let me share again, and then will you stay for the TPU video, Zombie, or is it getting late?
About 2 hours to my bedtime, so got plenty of time.
Okay, you guys ready? Can that cat big or Zombie small?
It's a pretty big cat.
Zombie small. Let me check. Let me put it full screen. Put it full screen here. Is the cat? Oh yeah. It's a pretty. You're small or he's big.
The cat is very fluffy kitty.
Oh.
Likes belly rubs.
Cute. Pretty cute. Ginger. Oh, is that his name?
Ginger. Yeah. I think it's a she.
She?
Yes. But just like loves belly rubs. and has 6 paws instead of 5, so an extra bean on each toe. So really thick paws.
I ordered a precision force gauge today. You see, I told you. The question he asked at the end of the short.
Yeah.
From an engineer, the way he asked the question, that means he's going in a new rabbit hole.
Believe me.
Okay, so let's go for the giveaway. I don't have any emotes or something, so type hype in chat. type hype.
Oh, I got an emote. I got that emote. There we go.
Let Nick hold the cat, and everything is right.
Yes.
I learned my height in English. 6'6". I mean, in English. In
6'6".
way,
oh my god.
in the way Americans said it, and I also learned from Sean that I was the same size as Michael Jordan. I didn't know that. I thought he was
pretty
way
tall.
taller than that, but I guess it's because he jumped so high that I think he's high. But I didn't know I was the same size as Michael Jordan. Squirrel, yeah, exactly.
Squirrel.
We'll write an article during the weekend. Yeah, by the way, don't forget to join MirageC Patreon so that you can see what's coming, because there is apparently a squirrel in the garden, so there's something new coming. So he's gonna post some stuff on the Patreon, I assume.
Yeah,
okay, great. We have 75 people watching and 51 entries. So don't forget, type awesome in the next 10 seconds in order to enter the giveaway for free spools. And hey, Subsector 3D, arriving at the same time. How are you?
Bang, I am awesome. Did she?
I'm not sure if she streamed today. Okay, 52. Okay, 5 more seconds. I need filament. She has an unlimited filament link, but because of all her projects. Have you seen her recent project with the there's the snowman, and then she has been able to post-process ASA or ABS, I don't remember, with a Flexi without
ASA.
Yeah, without it bonding to each other, like
that's
big. So that's pretty cool.
Pretty cool.
Am I the only one understanding MirageC instead of MirageC from Nick? Oh, Francis, you are also French speaking, right? How dare you you talk about my pronunciation? We should be on the same team. No, but yeah, MirageC. Mirage. Yeah, come on, Francis. We're on the same team.
You can pronounce it however you want.
Yeah, that's the first time I speak in English with Mirage. Actually, I always speak in French, but that was the first time today. You should have a store in the UK. Yeah, we in Europe we highly rely on resellers because of languages, shipping, taxes, etc. Okay, so looks like no more entries. So we're gonna draw in 5, 3, 4, 2, 1. Mighty Bean just before I click. 1. Go! FDAF patch trying to rigged. I'm here. Hey, Sarah, how are you? How are you? Little John! Hey. Congratulations, John. Are you still there? After the 3 hours brain warming?
I think so.
Is he still there? I'm not sure.
Might be gone, yeah.
He may have taken a break in between the 2 videos. Congratulations, Little John. It seems that you are taggable, so you should be around, I guess. Or maybe you fell asleep. Oh yeah, you're here. Congratulations, Little John. You know how to reach out to me, but I want to use the comment, so I'll just use bank contact. It doesn't work on YouTube. So let's do one more. I want to get someone from YouTube as well. Every time I do,
Until someone comes from YouTube.
one from Twitch, one from YouTube. So let me try to do one more. And then we have Sarah that just entered. Finger crossed. Let's go. 1, 2, 4, 3, 5. And the new winner is from YouTube. It's going to be from YouTube. I feel it. I feel it is going to be from YouTube. Yeah, you see? Printed Vision. I told you. It's going to be from YouTube.
There you go.
Every time I do 2 times is one from Twitch, one from YouTube. Printed Vision. Are you still there? Congratulations. I'm here. Congratulations, Printed Vision. Oh, wait.
Oh, that's YouTube or Twitch.
You are on Twitch. I want the Printed Vision on YouTube. No, I'm joking. But good that you are on Twitch. You can be in contact and reach out to me for this. I'm on the road in Nebraska.
There you go. He's on YouTube.
Now you're on YouTube. Okay, great. Awesome. So yeah, the second part. Oh, it looks like my my Wi-Fi is dropping. Can you still hear me well, Zombie?
Yep.
Okay, great. Maybe just Wi-Fi.
Being attacked.
Okay. So we're gonna go for round 2. So
round 2. Fight.
It's very late for most of you, so that's why we just do the giveaway. Actually, I will keep the giveaway coming. We're gonna do another one in.
Let's talk about mom for a second while I have you. So we just we opened up the IC3D one, so that's
cool.
already in process.
Oh, cool.
And I
cool.
think we're.
Let me go on Twitch.
I think we're. I don't know what status we're on for the next one, but Liz would know.
Oh, it's not live yet, or
well,
it's
no one's been sent filament yet, so
okay, but you already have all the links and stuff, right, to send to people, right?
Yeah, Liz, what's the status on that? I know she's been working very, very hard behind the scenes, getting all that running.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, like I said, I want to avoid being the bottleneck. So anything that you need, just let me know what I need to do, and then I will just do it. But I think I already sent all the links and stuff for the filament. Francis, I need to leave. I get migraine when I like sleep. Okay, yeah, have a very good rest, Francis. That's yeah. This second run is going to be tough on the brain. So you go have a good rest. Thank you for joining. We will process all the requests this morning, in the morning. Okay, perfect, Peslis. I'm lurking and listening. Although I was running a print earlier and there was like a burn layer on the print. I'm using PLA Plus. Any idea as to what would cause that? You're using PLA, a burned layer. So like it was black, like it was completely carbonized. It was like a burned layer. Interesting. I'm not too sure. Mom sounds very popular. Your mom sounds very popular. The mom program.
Yep.
Okay. Let's go into what was the video again? That was YouTube, and there was what was the keyword? Let's type TPU, 3D printing. I found the video before.
Yeah.
Oh, Lost in Tech.
Lost in Tech video.
There you go.
Are you still here? I know he was. I dragged him over from Discord.
Well, most likely, I don't think he's still here.
Maybe.
Lost in Tech. Lost in Tech. Yeah, I think it's. Is it this one? 4 days ago. Yeah, I think it's this one. And you cannot hear anything right now. Can you hear? Can you hear the sound? Zombie?
Nope.
Okay.
Nothing.
That's so strange. Okay, so let me share again with the song. Oh, he's taggable? Yeah, maybe he's
Probably
lurking.
lurking.
Maybe he's lurking.
Pinged him.
Okay, share screen, Chrome tab, why your GPU 3D print fails. There you go. Sorry. Okay, let's go. Round 2.
Pain to print. What?
Let's go from the beginning. If it's too loud or something, just let me know. That's the problem with TPU. There is the sound. Okay, great. Thank you, Chewy, for confirming.
This episode, I'm going to show you why your TPU prints are failing. We're going to look deeper into the physics involved and why it makes TPU such a print, what you can do about it, and how to really understand what's going on between your extruder and your hot end. Let's go.
Awesome. Let's
Today's
go.
video is sponsored by PCBWay. More on that later on.
I've seen more and more videos from creators from our community sponsored by PCBWay. It's very interesting.
Yeah, it's the best way to get your PCBs manufactured and sent to you, plus other services such as milling and 3D printing.
Yeah, that's nice. They find some interest in our industry, or at least the size of our market.
Oh yeah, there's a huge crossover.
Mm.
We use services like that, and for our capstone projects for electrical engineering, we wouldn't be able to do it without it. Like, who else is going to manufacture multi-layer circuit boards to that degree? Like, it's impossible.
Mm-hmm. Tactile 3D, you've seen a message that you probably make a film and are coming. Oh, okay, great. Yeah, I don't know if you knew, but Tactile 3D is one of our newest partner on streaming on charity. What was the name again? Charity stream.
Charity makers.
Charity makers. Charity makers.
Yeah, charity. Yep.
Charity makers. Okay, yeah.
The bendy, boingy, woingy filament that we've all come to hate, and somehow we still want to print with it. How fickle it is with its stringing and its...
I was checking the market data yesterday, and actually TPU is way bigger than I thought it would be compared to PGG and ABS.
Houdini level escaping skills. How do we deal with it? So without further ado, one slight ado actually, as I always say on these engineering-y sort of videos, I'm conflating units as usual. When I say
conflation of units may occur during this video. If you find yourself affected by the conflation of units in this video, consider that at least I'm not using cubic seconds on this occasion. Oh, so he is mixing SI with the American stuff.
pressure, I mean force.
Okay.
When I say force, I might mean weight. Who knows? Feel free to complain in the comments, but...
The operation in this video are performed by an idiot who has spare printers. Do not replicate unless you are also in possession of spare printers, or really, why would you? Don't believe YouTubers who just look stuff up on Wikipedia. Not all.
I'm still going to do it. And the other thing, a lot of this is going to be wrong. I'm not an engineer. Anyway, let's go ahead and insult physics just one more time. I've said this before, but I want to flesh it out and show you an experiment in a moment. But we need to talk about elastic potential energy. We'll start with this thing I made. I'm going to call it a scale with a Bowden tube going to it. It's not calibrated to give exact amounts, but you know what? It works perfectly well for demonstrative purposes. Hooking it up to an extruder means you can extrude direct.
This guy is so funny. I don't think I watch much of his video, but it's pretty funny.
Onto the scale. Well, directly through a Bowden tube anyway, but what this lets us see is the kind of forces that we get with TPU, specifically on a Bowden system. With the aid of Steve here, who happens to be a Bowden-based printer, we can load up 95A filament and turn on the scale. As you can see, as soon as the filament hits the scale, the reading starts to rise. Not much thought is given to the forces involved in TPU printing, but they're not small, are they? A couple of 100 grams is probably what I would assume is the normal force applied to the nozzle from the filament at this end. What I wanted to show with this setup was what happens at the extremes, and this is the first point I want to make, why you should not be yelling when TPU escapes from your extruder. If I extrude a ton of filament, and this would simulate fast printing that's at the edge of overwhelming the extruder, we see here forces at around 1 kilogram at the nozzle, but interestingly, it peaks around that mark, and then it just won't go any higher. It's not a fault of the scale. That's working perfectly. What's happening here is the TPU is starting to slip in the extruder. If we leave it, it slips back down every time we extrude it. And once it starts slipping, it seems to find a path to less friction, presumably, well, definitely, because it's deforming the filament around the gears. And
Okay, so maximum force he can get out of this setup is 1 kg. 1 kg. How does that compare to regular PLA, for example? Well, let me think. Theoretically, PLA would be higher in a way that it would slip. Yes, it's less slippery. So I guess PLA would be higher. Maybe is he doing a test with PLA later on, or?
I'll post video. I don't remember.
And that's making it
Subsector 3D, my TPU never failed. Subsector 3D became a TPU master.
Yes.
easier to slip.
I told her already, but she has started with PLA and then mastered the PLA and then go to TPU and then go to ABS and then ASA. And then, no, before ABS, ASA went for Polysmooth and then did some awesome printing in Polysmooth and then ABS and then ASA. So she went up and add squeakers. Yeah, exactly. My TV, you can print guides for TPU filaments to remove that space between the gears. That's what I needed for my old loose book. Yeah, there is some pretty good extruder that are designed without the gap already.
Flip. And this is why, in my opinion, you should not be in this situation in the first place while printing TPU. If you have enough force to be in this critical area of operation where you risk slipping in this manner, there's always a slight bit of slippage, but that's another thing entirely. This will mean under extrusion, or worse, the extruder will chew enough of the filament on the gears that it just won't have any grip to do any movements, retraction or extrusion, even when the pressure in the nozzle equalizes to a point where it should. What does this mean in the real world? Well, it means slow down, but also...
Okay, so the first part of the video is talking about there is, for each filament, there is a limitation, right, for how fast you can push the flow. That comes back to the Hot End Olympics, basically, or whatever new name it's going to be. But and then and it's the same for TPU. TPU also have its limitation depending on the system you're using, which in his case is apparently 1 kg of pressure force in the nozzle before it starts.
What's interesting is so hot ends have like their max flow, right? But they won't be able to reach that if the extruder isn't strong enough. So you have to have both a more powerful extruder than your hot end can handle.
Well, I think. Wait. I think it's the max flow is for the system. I don't think there is any max flow for a hot end. The max flow is for the system, is for extruder plus hot end or something.
Okay.
Because
yeah. So you're gonna be limited. You're limiting your max flow based off of your extruder. So you need a extruder that's more powerful than your whole system can handle to reach max flow. Right.
That I don't think that's how I see it, because, for example, if you have a hot end, let's say you don't even heat up your nozzle, you could have super powerful extruder that literally push the plastic through it, right? Because plastic is still viscoelastic, right? So it's really about the combination of both, what both can do together. I think there is no limit of hot. The hot end itself doesn't have any limit because we don't know. It depends on the force you're using. So I think it's the system of both, or at least that's how I see it. Actually, the same time at 1 kg with a more powerful extruder, the TPU just escaped earlier. Actually, the same time as 1 kg of force. Yeah, I mean, if the limitation in that system is 1 kg, then it's going to be 1 kg whatever extruder you use, whatever power you use. But if you change the gear or if you change anything else, then it might change. Or no, sorry. Even if you change the extruder power, it will change the maximum force. If you use a more powerful one, it may be more than 1 kg in a way that it may slip, but it's it's turning so fast or something that it will still increase, or I don't know. It's the whole system. It's always the whole system.
Controversially, and this is huge.
No, he is explaining next how he dials down the extruder to prevent slipping in the system. No, he is explaining next how he dials down the extruder to prevent slipping. What is dials down? Oh, you mean no, I don't know. Okay, yeah, we'll just check the rest of the video then.
Hugely controversial, and I know that people will disagree with this.
Disagree with what? Sorry, let me just go back a little bit.
The pressure in the nozzle equalizes to a point where it should. What does this mean in the real world? Well, it means slow down, but also controversially, and this is hugely controversial, and I know that people will disagree with this, but I think the extruder should be tuned to slip, not to grip. It should be acting as a clutch in the system. You ideally want it to slip without damaging the filament if it hits an undesirable level of force. And that means that if you had this kind of situation, it would be recoverable. So that thing that people say that you should dial up the tension to make TPU work properly, don't.
Well, I'm not sure I agree with this.
Not to grip. It should be acting as a...
So there's some pros and cons. The pros of having more tension is that you will be able to increase your maximum flow. The cons is that if you go above your maximum flow, you might not be able to recover. The pros of lighting up that tension is that you will be able to recover if you go over the maximum flow, but your maximum flow will be much lower. But to be honest, I don't think it is. If you go above the maximum flow, then it's done. Whether it's recoverable or not, in my opinion, we don't care because it's already done. Your print is not going to look nice. So
right. So it doesn't matter regardless. Well, this could be like for the infill, for example, right? You're trying to extrude too fast for the infill, and then you're better off having it slip a little bit than to have it deform. But something like an LGX light, it's a very constrained filament path, and there's an actual setting on it. I believe it gives more tension on the TPU, but because it's so constrained, there's nowhere for the filament to escape. Well, I mean, there could be, but it's a better system, and it's a large gear, so it has more torque on it.
I mean, I would go for more tension if that translates into a higher max flow, because I personally wouldn't care whether it's recoverable or not. I would just avoid to have that issue that needs to be recovered. There's something else that he said that I want to highlight also.
The pressure in the nozzle equalizes to a point where it should. What does this mean in the real world? Well, it means slow down.
Okay, so this slowdown is only one option. The pressure is also dependent on, or in this case, it's also dependent on the viscosity of your material, right? So you could solve the problem not by slowing down, but by just increasing your printing temperature. Of course, it might create some other issues, but the point is, it's about the pressure that is required to print. And if you print at a speed that is too high and the pressure is over the maximum flow, then you can slow down. That's one option, but the other option is just to lower the pressure required to extrude, which means increasing the extrusion temperature, which means lowering the viscosity of your material. So just one precision here. Mighty Bean, for me, it was also reducing acceleration in the extruder. TPU doesn't change direction very well for retraction and printing and priming. Okay, that's interesting. Let me think. Let me think. Acceleration. It was also reducing.
Oh yeah. because then you're moving it one direction, and then it can't grab onto it to change another direction. Which by your traction seems to have to be so slow
That
because there's no grip.
let me think. That's actually a question that I think I'm going to talk a lot about it, but he has a pressure advance things. But
Okay, that's a good point.
the question is, does Cura or Super Slicer or Current Slicer, do they already take in account, do they already correlate the extrusion with the speed or not? And that was
no.
They don't correlate. That means if you go, so one G-code line go from point A to point B, and then they say you have to extrude this amount. So they will just, how do they know where to extrude what?
They don't. So G-code is a command. So you're telling the firmware what to do. So the firmware has to acknowledge what that command is. And if the firmware knows, okay, I'm trying to move from point A to point B with this acceleration at this speed, it's going to calculate how much filament has to be extruded, or with something like pressure advance, or really just pressure advance.
Yeah, but
so it does that calculation in the firmware, right? Correct me if I'm wrong, chat.
PPT
but
time.
you can read the code. You read the code that gets sent to the printer. It's linear interpolated. Okay.
Without linear advance, it's just linear interpolated. Let me make sure I understand properly this topic, because this is, oh, sorry, I'm not sharing the right one. So let me share this one, because this is something I'm really interested in, but I've never really spent the time to think about it, or I've never got a very clear answer, I guess. Okay, so in your
already into PowerPoint. We're like 3 minutes into the video.
Yeah, that's okay, PowerPoint, fine. Okay, so we have so the G-code command is going only to give you need to go from this point to this point. Okay, so the G-code command, what's the G-code command? G1, let's say X0, Y10, and then E10, whatever. Okay, so that's a G-code command, right? And then before that, you have something that would have set the speed. Well, we can set it here, but let's say F500. Okay, let's say this. So, and then what you have is the firmware already have some set stuff. So it has acceleration, it has jerk setting, well, for now. And then, so he needs to go from here to here. Let's say you start with V0. Okay, V0 equals 0. Okay, and then let's assume that this is the end of your print. So V0 equals 0 also. Okay, so your G-code is going to say you need to go from here to there. And your speed is, I don't know what it translates, but let's say the speed is 60 millimeters per second. That's the only thing that the G-code is going to say. But the firmware is going to use its setting that he has internally in order to do some calculation, because he definitely cannot go from here to here at 60 millimeters per second directly. He has to go through, and we're going to consider the Z axis in my 2D plan as the speed. So it will accelerate, okay, and then it will reach 60 millimeters per second, and then it will be like this, and then he knows he has to stop here, so he will have to decelerate at the same acceleration, right? So he will decelerate here at the same acceleration. Okay, so that's what the speed is doing. Okay, if I'm not wrong, that's what the slicer is going to give. So let me put that, and then this. So my red axis is basically the speed. Okay, so that's my speed, and this part here is 60 millimeters per second. That's the maximum speed. Sorry, I'm not reading the chat at the same time, but maybe Zombie can let me know if there's anything.
No. Everyone's gone to
Oh.
bed.
Okay. And there you go. So this is maximum speed. Okay. So my question is, here he needs to extrude E10. So let's say E10 is 1 millimeter cube. Okay, so that's he needs to extrude E10, 1 millimeter cube. So how does he know? Yeah, what does the extruder gear does during this? Does he do the same? The extruder gear slowly accelerate, and then the extruder gear reach its maximum acceleration or maximum speed, and then go back down. Okay, so let's do. This was the stepper motor, the Y stepper motor, because it only moves on Y. So that's what the Y stepper motor does. Okay. So what does the extruder does? The extruder stepper.
Good question. There's no extruder. There's an extrusion.
Acceleration.
Yeah,
and
there's no
jerk.
acceleration. Yeah. That's a good question.
So what is there some setting that are not available or something like this? So we don't really.
So
use them?
NH2 says it's linear interpolated. I don't know what that really means in this context, but
yeah, I'm not too sure. I just know it will be able to calculate theoretically. It will calculate this. Once it calculates this, it will know the time it will take, right, to go from here to there. From here to there, it will take 6 seconds. Okay, it will take 6 seconds to go from here to there after doing the calculation. It will take these 6 seconds. Okay, I have 6 seconds to extrude 1 millimeter cube. And then they just do this linearly. They just do this like this. Okay, so
right.
if I have 6 seconds to extrude 1 millimeter cube, then I'm just gonna start. You get what I mean? You can do the calculation to know the speed of the extruder so that it extrude 1 millimeter cube after 6 seconds. So it's basically the flow is going to be 1/6 of millimeter cube per second. Okay, so that's going to be the speed. Now the question is, it cannot reach that speed directly, right? It has to. Does it just have a very, very high jerk, which means it directly extrude that amount and then you stay at that amount, or does it also have some type of acceleration or some type of thing? That's the part that I've never been able to answer. So I don't know.
I'm guessing it's pretty close to dumb by default.
Very, very high.
It just spins. Yeah. So that's why you see with printers that don't use pressure advance, you see issues on corners. Okay, so it's set. It uses the acceleration of the XY. Is that true? So if I set my acceleration at 20,000, does that mean my extruder is now extruding at that speed? That's interesting.
The extruder is set at a very high acceleration, so it follows the speed acceleration of XY. Dusty Knuckle, the basic principle of the video is maintaining a consistent feed rate for a given temperature without causing back pressure in the system or requiring retraction. Okay. Mighty Bean, in my comment, I meant the acceleration of retraction and priming, not really printing. If the retraction is too abrupt, that's when the TPU would kink. Okay. Yeah. We'll come back to that TPU question. I just want to figure out that thing. I mean, just if anyone knows the answer. As long as the acceleration of extruder doesn't make the flow speed exceed a certain limit.
Okay.
Clipper, okay. Let me go to your reference link. What's this thing about? Extruder. The extruder section is used to describe the heater parameter Of the nozzle hot end, blah, blah, blah. Stepper controlling, see the common reference.
What are you trying to link there?
I don't know. It's just a link NHGO send.
Yeah, it's for the max extrude only velocity. Oh,
Only velocity. Max. Oh, sorry.
not specified. There are
Max extrude only velocity. Okay, is this maximum velocity in millimeter per second and acceleration in millimeter per second square of the extruder motor for retraction and extrude only moves. These settings do not have any impact on normal printing move. If not specified, then they are calculated to match the limit an XY printing move with a cross section of 4 times nozzle diameter square would have. Oh, so there is, yeah, I mean, of course, there is an acceleration for the stepper motor for the extruder as well. But it's not something that we have access to. Is either automatically calculated, either on Clipper. Apparently, you can set it. If not specified, then you can calculate. Okay.
okay. That makes sense. So it follows the same acceleration curve as the printer's movement for the expected flow.
Well, I don't think it's following the same
Is it not?
acceleration because
Not the same acceleration.
because this is the flow speed. But anyway, what I wanted to say is if the slicer, because this is easy theoretically, this is easy for the slicer to follow, to extrude at the right place, right? So you are here, and then you are here, so you should have extruded. For example, when you are here, you should have extruded approximately a quarter of the amount, and then you are here, half of the amount, etc. So theoretically, the slicer already have all the information to make something that just follow that. Pressure advance, on the other side, is meant to take in account the K factor that we're going to learn in that video. And that's something that the slicer cannot do anything. But this is, for me, this is dumb. If the slicer can do that, I mean, this being homogeneous, like being continuous like this, is like more than dumb. It's like completely, don't do anything. But I think they can at least follow where the nozzle is. That's like a minimum for me.
Want to go down the rabbit hole?
Yeah, but the question is like this. What I want you to know is what pressure advance is doing. Is pressure advance making the slicer from very dumb to just dumb, which means pressure advance is actually just following the acceleration curve. That's all what it's doing. Or is pressure advance much smarter? It's not only following the acceleration, it's actually looking at the data and looking at really what's the pressure in the nozzle, etc. So that's where that question comes from, is how smart pressure advance is. If it's just this, because the slicer is not able to do it for some reason, then I think pressure advance is not that good. If it's
you're right. My understanding of it is that you set it for a specific.
When I say it's not good, it's not that it's not good, but it's, let's say, not as advanced that I thought it was. So, but that's the question. I don't know.
Yeah, it just applies a specific curve to the extrusion. Or is it the extrusion, or is it the movement speed? It's an even better question. Where is the K factor applied? In the extruder or the?
Well, we could answer our question by looking at how pressure advance works, like how do you set it, etc. So that's going to be later in the video. But at least to give you a background of where that question come from. If the slicer do this, then pressure advance do something even smarter. If the slicer don't do this, then maybe pressure advance is only doing this. It's only making sure that the the extruder follows the same line, the same speed as the extruder. Okay, let's continue the video. But yeah, if anyone has some, maybe AD can explain better than me.
Yeah, so I posted a link to the new pressure equalization feature in Prusa Slicer. I have not looked into it at all because I use Pressure Advance, but it seems to be a different type of a way to deal with this. So it's exactly what you're talking about. It's a slicer feature to control pressure.
Well, it's a 90 minutes video. Maybe
It's longer than this one. At least this one.
Oh, it looks very interesting though. Tool head reaction, tool head velocity, filament flow, filament velocity, filament position. Oh yeah, it looks very interesting. So what should we do? Shall we move to this one and come back to TPU, or we finish TPU?
Let's finish the TPU one because it has a lot of good information. And then you can spend the next 10 years going over Eddie's videos because they're incredibly detailed.
Okay. Thank you for
It's perfect for your content.
I didn't know this. So let me subscribe.
It's funny. There's specific channels, like YouTube channels, that we can use to just have an entire series of like reactions and commenting and figuring stuff out.
Okay, so all the stuff related to Pressure Advance, let's not go too much into detail. We're gonna go into detail. Well, that's what the main video is about for TPU.
Yeah.
Let's see.
But also, controversially, and this is hugely controversial, and I know that people will disagree with this, but
So again, I don't disagree, right? I'm just saying there is pros and cons for doing one way or another, whether you tension your tensioner or you release your.
I think the extruder should be tuned to slip, not to grip. It should be acting as a clutch in the system. You ideally want it to slip without damaging the filament if it hits an undesirable level of force. And that means that if you had this kind of situation, it would be recoverable. So that thing that people say that you should dial up the tension to make TPU work properly, don't. If I load in some 70A filament into Steve, we can see what happens and get some insight into exactly why you can't do this, why you can't really print filament this soft on a Bowden like this. You can't. It literally is impossible. And finally, I can give you an exact answer why it's impossible. And honestly, this surprised me as much as anyone. We know from the previous experiment that the extruder is capable of forces in excess of 1 kilogram. I think it's a lot more than that at the actual.
A brief Google suggests that raw force from this extruder would be around 30 Newton, 30 kg of weight, give or take.
Extruder end. I'm not saying newtons. I want you to understand clearly what kind of forces I mean. And I think the average layman understands a kilogram. So complaining
on Earth anyway.
Comments if you want. I told you I'm going to do this. We see in the case of this setup that the scale is only seeing a few grams. It's not broken. This is literally all we get at the end of the tube with this filament. And it is happy to slip back down again as soon as it gets chance. Now, it's pretty easy to see that in the case of a Bowden tube setup like this, 5 grams or so is not enough to be able to push out the filament through the nozzle. And that's why you can't print this filament. It's that simple. You can't get enough force to the nozzle to push it out without it slipping or unloading from the extruder. Where does all that extra force from the extrusion go? That is an interesting question. I cut a window into the side of a PTFE tube, and I watched it under a macro lens. What you're seeing here is the filament expanding into the tube. This is 95A filament, and this is presumably where it stores most of its elastic.
Oh, that's cool. That's really cool.
Energy. Also, this is probably why Capricorn tubing with its smaller internal diameter might really be worth the money, in theory at least. Certainly worth considering. One thing this scale-based...
Come again?
I'll go buy some cap tubes and cap filament.
So the idea stuff makes total sense when you think about it. I'll show you. In this TPU 95A scenario, we are happily extruding away. The working pressure could be, say, whatever's on the screen now. And I know it's not pressure. a few hundred grams worth of readings there, and everything's going fine. The extruder is not exploding CPU. Nothing is slipping. It's just happily printing. But we need to do a travel move. And so before we travel, we retract. Let's retract 5 millimeters of filament. And it doesn't retract the filament. If you think about it, this is because you are letting some of the elastic potential energy out of the system. To actually retract, you're going to need to retract all of the stored energy first before the filament even needs to think about actually physically moving. And then because it's flexible, obviously, it actually has the ability to start storing energy the other way until it suits itself and actually decides to move. So when you're pulling it as well, you are also storing elastic energy. This is, by the way, why we use PTFE tube. The less static friction in the tube means this is minimized. But of course, it's still an absolutely ridiculous amount for TPU, apparently. In this case, it takes another 5 millimeters just to get to 0 extrusion force. So that's a retraction of 10 millimeters to remove a few hundred grams of whatever that is in newtons of force to undo that before you can even start retracting. And yes, this is why you get stringing on TPU. I know, retraction isn't retracting a lot of the time, but that's not all. This is also why you need longer retraction length settings. Speculatively, I also feel like I could make a case for retraction settings being dependent on higher working pressures. So that would also mean different retraction lengths for higher speeds. But luckily, I think that's a moot point, as you'll see in a moment. This is actually really interesting. If you think about all the elasticity we just had to unwind just to get the filament to move in the first place, you start to naturally think about what needs to happen to make TPU flow again after retraction. Obviously, to add it all back again, right, you have to de-retract the same amount. You have to get back to the same level of elastic energy in the filament. You have to compress it the same amount. So retraction isn't just about poking filament out of the nozzle either. It has to recreate the same pressure level that we had before we retracted. So when you start printing from 0 pressure, you will not get the correct flow until you reach some kind of equilibrium. Now this is really
Yeah, I think you were commenting on this graph on when I was going over this.
Are you? Ideal.
Yeah.
Real world extrusion flow. Actual.
This is saying that there is a lag in when you push the filament in, you only get a little bit out because there's only a little bit of force, but as it builds up the pressure, it can push out more and more and more. But then when you de-retract, it's I guess it's retracting. I expect they retract differently. I don't know if this graph is like the end all to end all of graphs, but
yeah, I think the graph it should be like this. I don't know if you can see my mouth. Yeah, this should continue straight and then go back down sharp. It's the opposite of this, because if you know the filament arrive, I understand. So it doesn't build up to the right amount. It builds up slowly, and then when you start retracting, then it also de-retracts slowly until it reach 0. It doesn't go the other way around. So it's kind of like
I would agree with that. And it's probably what they intended.
When you retract, you still get some coming out because it still has elastic compression. Yeah.
Really complicated stuff. But if you imagine you have a hole at the end of the nozzle where the filament is somewhat able to eject from under pressure, and you have pressure inside the nozzle, the pressure will increase as a result of the extruding force at the extruder end, but it's highly likely that the pressure won't decrease from the nozzle at the same rate. And so your extruded line will start out under extruded, and then it will...
That's a pretty good representation.
...be okay. And then when you stop, you still have that pressure backed up, and the filament still wants to come out. As to how much this is a case is going to depend on a lot of things, not least the speed that you're printing at. But this is going into the territory of linear advance, which is a term you may have heard of. So let's go there. Linear advance. Let's do it. Pressure advance and linear advance are the same thing. Honestly, they kind of are. Or to be specific, they are solutions to the same problem. So, to all intents and purposes, they are the same thing. But what's the problem? Well, it's the one we just mentioned. I'll show you. Here is some dodgy G code I wrote in about half an hour that just makes some lines. I will get onto why I didn't use the Marlin version in a minute. The lines do something that a slicer won't typically do.
That's too technical for me. I just load it, slice it with TPU setting, cross my fingers, and run with it.
Well, that's why we're here, because most people, they don't really, be honest, they just don't care about this stuff. So it's interesting to see what actually happens behind the scenes. This one confuses you.
Do they speed up or slow down in the middle of a line?
Okay, so fairly slow first line, and then he moved to the side, and then faster second line, and then another line, fairly slow third line. Okay, got it.
For no reason. Why? To show why we need linear or pressure advance in a creative but not entirely real-world manner. The first line at the bottom, creative or no.
Oh, so why 0, right? Okay, got it.
Reason. Why? To show why we need linear or pressure advance in a creative but not entirely real-world manner. The first line at the bottom, hang on. Okay, UV light, brilliant. First line at the bottom is just a standard line. It doesn't vary in width. The second line gets faster in the middle. You see the change in speed causes a change in the width? It shouldn't. There's no maths in the G code to tell it to do that. Extrusion is calculated over the length of the line and not the speed. This line should be the same thickness for its full length, but it is not. Same again for the next one, but the middle bit is faster. Then two lines that do the opposite. They slow.
Whoa, sorry. Let me check the G code again. Why he doesn't have any E60? So he's extruding the same amount for the same distance. So 50 millimeter. Okay, so E30 for 50 millimeter, and then E30 for 50 millimeter, and another E30 for 50 millimeter. Okay, so it should be the same. Okay, and then
the first line at the bottom, hang on. Okay. The second line gets faster in the middle.
Okay, get faster. Should extrude the same amount. Okay.
You see the change in speed causes a change in the width? It shouldn't. There's no maths in the G code to tell it to do that. Extrusion is calculated over the length of the line and not the speed. This line should be the same thickness for its full length, but it is not.
Oh my god, why I cannot understand this?
There's no maths in the G code to tell it to do that. Extrusion is calculated over the length of the line and not.
Extrusion is calculated over the length of the line, not over the speed.
Yes, because at the end of a travel move, it still has pressure in it. And when you start a new travel move, it doesn't take into account that extra pressure or or lack of pressure, etc.
Yeah, but then we come back to the same question. How do we know where the slicer extrude? How does the slicer extrude? If you increase the speed, do they increase also the well, yes, they do. Yeah, I wish we could answer this question about what's the behavior of the extruder stepper motor regarding the extrudant, the acceleration of the X and Y. Do it follow it or it doesn't follow it? But if it doesn't follow it, then how does it do? How does he know when to extrude or something?
Yeah, it sounds like it estimates off of a travel move. Like every every extrusion command, right? Extrude from here to here. It separates it in each individual line, and it does its own calculation based off of each individual move, not taking into consideration previous moves. So
I know, but
at the same time, like you're looking at this, it's interesting, huh?
During that move, even if he does the stuff on himself, like how does he knows, like at what speed to extrude. He has to look at the speed of the extruder, right? So he has to know, he has to know when he start at point B, point A, and when does he arrive at point B. If he doesn't know that, then he doesn't even know when to extrude or how, or
the extruder amount dependent on coordinate or move distance. It doesn't know how fast the nozzle is moving. Okay.
Yeah,
so it just tries to extrude an X distance. Okay. So you're saying it's completely unrelated. Okay, that makes sense. So it's just saying
for me it doesn't make sense, because the distance is also dependent, because if you say the extruder is only care about where the nozzle is, right? Extruder amount depend on the coordinate, okay, not the speed. But the speed is just the derivative of the coordinate, so it's the same, which means the extruder needs to know where it is at what time in order to extrude. You know what I mean? You say, okay, go from point A to point B.
Yeah.
So what is the extruder doing now? So the only thing he knows is what I just shared. What I shared is, first, the XY will calculate, okay, I need to accelerate this amount. Then I will reach my top speed. Then I will to decelerate. So it's going to take me 6 seconds to go from A to B. Then he's going to send the 6 seconds to the extruder. Okay, you have 6 seconds to extrude this amount. Now the question is, does he evenly extrude during the 6 seconds? Or does he also have an acceleration and a deceleration? Because no stepper motor in the world can reach
not by default. And that's why there's an issue with pressure, right?
From 00 to 10O, G1, X10, E10, okay. Then when the nozzle move 1 millimeter, the extruder extrude 1 millimeter.
Yeah, so they're separate commands. It's just trying to extrude X amount of filament, and it does that. I think there was a calculation earlier.
But
it goes by like the nozzle diameter, and then it goes by the requested. Extrusion.
Look at this. When the nozzle move 1 millimeter, it extrude 1 millimeter, no matter the nozzle accelerating or decelerating. But that's exactly the same thing. If it moves 1 millimeter, how does the extruder knows it's 1 millimeter? If it's accelerating, it's going to move 1 millimeter slower.
It doesn't know distance at all. Has no relation of distance. It's just
then how
nozzle distance. It has a filament distance, right? Think of it as a
no. This I know, but how it does. When the nozzle move 1 millimeter, the extruder extrude 1 millimeter. How does it do that? If he doesn't know where the nozzle is,
it doesn't. That's the issue.
Yeah, but then how do you extrude? Like, how do you know?
With an
you don't have any reference. You don't have any reference. Why does everything at the beginning, for example?
It calculates the. Actually, no, it has an extrude distance, right? Yeah, it doesn't care. It has an extrude distance and a feed rate. Those are independent for the extruder. So it tells it to extrude X distance at whatever velocity, and that velocity or that speed, or the combination of that is just a linear. It's a linear travel on the extruder, like a car driving down the road, right? Extrude to go to 10 and go back a little bit, and then go forward and go back a little bit. That's the only thing it knows. It has no idea where the nozzle is. Doesn't care where it's at.
So how does
that make
he
sense?
know how fast he needs to extrude?
Because the slicer tells it that.
Do you put an extruder speed in your slicer?
No, that's what the slicer calculates. That's the whole point of the slicer. That's flow. It calculates flow with a
based on what? Based on nozzle speed, right?
Distance. It has there's no relationship of distance versus extrusion. That's why you can move really fast and get a thin line because it's going to extrude the same exact amount as if you go slow. That's why we do flow tuning. That's the whole point, right? Because if you change the speed of your
that's very different. When you go point A to point B, right? So
right.
you tell your extruder. Actually, the extruder has no ideas. The extruder has to have a speed, right? He needs to know how fast
a feed rate
running, right?
Or no. Actually, no. Is that right? Okay, hold on.
Well, he needs to know what speed to. Otherwise, he doesn't know what to do. The command you are sending to the extruder motor is a speed command. Well, I mean, it's electricity, but it's a speed command. So how is that command calculated? Well, it's based on the speed of your nozzle. It's based on your printing speed. If you print fast, it's gonna extrude fast.
Sides.
If you print slow, it's extrude slow.
Okay, so it's on the firmware side to decode the proper extrusion. Sorry, I had that mixed up. The feed rate is that's actually the nozzle. So the only command you give is the extrusion distance.
Imagine extruder as a normal moving axis with infinite acceleration. Yeah, this I know. So that comes back. I mean, I think my explanation is pretty. I think is this. It's really how it works. Let me show. So you have this. So for me, this is exactly how it works. It will first calculate the time it takes to go from point A to point B, because the extruder has to have a reference. If he doesn't have anything, then he doesn't know what to do. Once he has this reference, which is 6 seconds, and he has that command, the E command. So he has that 6 seconds plus he has to extrude 10 millimeter cube. So let's do it easily. 10 seconds to go from point A to point B. Okay, and he has 10 millimeter cube. Now is the real question. What does he do with this? Does he just make it very easily? Okay, I have 10 seconds to extrude 10 millimeter per second. So I will extrude 1 millimeter cube per second during 10 seconds. Okay, so that's my command. Very straightforward. Okay. So during the acceleration here, he's going to extrude more than he should be. During the, let me think. If he accelerate, but extrude 10 millimeter cube per second, so that means, let me think. No, that doesn't make sense.
Okay. So it does have some type of built-in flow control. Is that what you're saying, NH2?
Follows the feed rate affects speed of moving and extrusion speed at the same time. Yeah, okay, so it does follow the acceleration and deceleration, right? Yeah, so it is doing what the bare minimum.
This is without pressure advance, by the way. This is like what the stock printer does without applying. Because pressure advance, that's what that does. It applies a curve, but it's not in that same fashion. So that's actually interesting.
Yeah, because here the where the nozzle is going to be, I'm from A to B. Yeah, it's going to be here. But the timing is important. The slope at the start and end is limited by the axis with lowest acceleration. Yeah, this yeah. I mean,
but for the extruder. Yeah. What does the extruder graph look like? And more importantly, why or how?
Yeah, like from
firmware
point A to point B, what is the speed look like? Does it look like this?
Yeah, does it either the firmware applies an acceleration to match the acceleration, or like whatever acceleration it would take to match an acceleration of the stepper, or
Oh, the same as
Same
XY.
as
Okay.
X plus Y. Okay.
So he would do the calculation, and he would just
Okay.
do. So I guess here, if it's 60 meters per second, and then yeah, it would have a certain flow, blah blah blah. Okay. I got it. So pressure advance is smarter than. Okay, so
Well,
it's
this
pressure
isn't
advance. It's not just doing this; it's doing something else. Okay, got it.
right.
Is it-
Right. It's applying a different curve.
Yes, it's supposed to be the same. The firmware has to. The G code has none of that in to interpret, because it needs to be at the same
Okay.
place as X move. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. But okay, got it.
Okay.
So yeah, that's very clear. So now let's see. So I mean, this is already smarter than than we said. But the issue now is that even if the extruder move, even if the gear move, that doesn't mean the filament move. Okay, and that's what linear advance is solving. But the actual gear is following the same, so the theoretical thing is the same. Now pressure advance is solving the fact that in between there's the filament that is messing around with all of this. Okay, got it. Okay, so let me rewatch this just so that I understand.
I can't hear any audio now.
Come again?
There's no audio.
Oh yeah, sorry. I need to stop screen, re-present. That's so annoying. I will try to Google that. That's very strange. Okay.
Okay, Dusty says extruder graph is a flat line. However, the filament extruded has not reached internal pressure, so under extrudes at the beginning and over extrudes at the end in non-modified code. Extruder graph
really?
is a flat line. Well, that's what I
sure?
was wondering. Is it a dumb extrusion, or by default, without any additional
Just follow.
modifications, does it follow the curve of the nozzle? No, it's not flat. Can someone provide a reference for this? That's more important. Is there any references, any like technical documents?
I mean, it cannot be flat. That's for sure, because you cannot have, I mean, infinite acceleration or something. But I mean, it could be negligible, right? It could be like so sharp that it can do. Because I mean, the extruder is not moving at super high speed, so I would understand that it could, it could be very sharp this way. But basically, the question is whether it follows this or it doesn't follow this.
Right. Because my understanding is, or what I was thinking is, it just accelerates to whatever speed it needs to be, then has a consistent speed, and then just kind of stops at the end of the movement from like a dumb extrusion.
Yeah, dumb extrusion would take, first they would calculate the speed graph, and then would figure out how long it takes from A to B. And then now the extrusion has a time and has an amount, and then it will just average. So I have
what's the command though? That's what we're wondering. This is just commands, what it's telling it to do, not what it actually does.
Well, it's what actually does, there's all of this pressure stuff because of the filament. But in terms of the command, or in terms of what the firmware is going to calculate, Dusty Knuckle, what he's saying is this: you have the 10 seconds, go A to B, and then
there's an actual graph in the Clipper docs.
The extruder distance is just calculated assuming relative movement by E value divided by the total. So do you have a graph somewhere? Okay, that is the real behavior, but the machine think that it's just like Nick draw it. Yes, exactly. What, Dusty Knuckle, did you answer yourself, or pressure advance tries to move the real thing, blah, blah. Okay, NS tutor, let me check the link. Okay, so what do we have here? Pressure advance. Experimentation has shown that it's possible to improve the modeling of the extruder beyond the basic extruder formula. In the ideal case, as an extrusion move progressive, the same volume of filament should be deposited at each point along the move, and there should be no volume extruded after the move. Yeah, unfortunately, it's common to find that the basic extrusion formulas cause too little filament to exit the extruder at the start of extrusion moves and for excess filament to extrude at the end. This is often referred as the ooze. Okay, head velocity, extruder move, non-extrude move. Okay, desired filaments, you need more and more filament, and then the same amount of filament. Okay, actual filament. Okay, pressure advance system, account, this, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, yes. Okay. So there's three parts. There's the acceleration. Yeah, so it tries to follow the curve. So there's the acceleration of both the nozzle and the extruder. Then there's the constant, and then there's the deceleration. So there's the three moves.
But that's the desired filament, right? I mean, on this
Desired,
page,
yes, this is the input.
On this page, they are not explaining how the basic extruder formula works. That's not what they are explaining.
I just have to assume that's the same exact thing as the regular movement. It has to accelerate at a certain rate, hit a certain rate with no acceleration, then decelerate.
Just watch the graph, ignore the PA stuff.
Yeah. So let's continue the video now.
Desire is just normal printer without PA works. No, desire is not this. Desire is what you need, but that's not what.
Yeah, well, that's what you need. You need a sharp line that follows the extruder, or sorry, that follows the nozzle, and then it needs a flat line to follow the nozzle, and then it needs a sharp deceleration to follow the nozzle.
Okay, so what you're saying is
what
desire.
You drew is exactly correct.
What you're
this
saying
is also correct.
The desired filament is the equation that the regular slicer are using. This.
I guess so. Yeah.
Open the YouTube link above. Oh, you're talking about another graph. Oh, sorry.
Another one.
Okay, let me click that one.
Okay. Yes, the green one.
Extruder position, hot end out, hot end out. Oh, no PA. Okay, no PA is this one. Yeah, I mean, I know the result. I know the result.
Yeah, no. Yeah, so that's actually pretty interesting. So the fixed matches exactly what you're trying to show for the input. So it should be in a sharp, acceleration to the correct speed, extrude, and then decelerate consistently following the nozzle. Ash, sorry.
Suppression desire. The extruder position is what normal printer do.
Okay. So the firmware takes the extrusion distance that you give it, and then it applies the same formula that it uses to do acceleration of the nozzle.
Where did you see that?
That's what all of this. That's what I'm inferring.
But you just guess, right? Because he is just checking. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
I don't have a reference for that.
Yeah, I wish there is some kind of. Okay. Yeah, we'll just stay there then. We just assume
that makes sense. I don't see why it would just. I don't know how it could possibly. It would look a lot worse if it just accelerated and then hit a speed, then decelerated without matching the acceleration curve of the.
No. Sorry. NH2 is right. The green one is the extruder position. So that's what the G code has. Oh, okay. So now,
so it does acceleration, sharp, and then decelerate. Just like that's the same exact movement of the nozzle.
Well, now the question is whether this is the same as the nozzle or not. Now we know that it is accelerating and it is being constant and decelerating. NSTO. So okay, so now we confirm that at least the shape is this shape. Now is whether the shape of the speed was the same or not. So that's another question. But where is the slicer talking to the board to tell it that? I think it doesn't. I think it's the firmware. It's like the acceleration, right? You tell the G code doesn't tell him to accelerate and then go there. He only say you go from this point to this point at this speed, and then the firmware is going to do the calculation at exactly what's the curve going to look like, because it already have some settings. And one of the settings is actually extruder acceleration. There is that setting as well. It's just that it's less popular, I guess, than the XY acceleration. But in reality, the flow is not. So PA tells the extruder. Yeah. This I understand. No problem. I just wanted to confirm. Well, we have confirmed that the shape is the same. So the extruder is also accelerating and decelerating. Now the question is, does it do this the same as this? Yes.
That's part what the firmware does is it tells, or it knows. Yeah, it just follows the same acceleration curve.
Because maybe it's so sharp because the idea is that it's the first one that we had. So basically it only 10 seconds, and then you make a very rough average and doesn't care about acceleration, deceleration. But being a hardware, it still has to have an acceleration. So maybe the idea is to have a constant line, but in reality it's not constant just because of the reality of stepper motors. So we still don't know whether these are correlated or not. But usually it's set much higher, so it is limited by the X and Y acceleration. Yeah. Okay. So that's another interesting topic that hopefully we can close one day. They are correlated. Yeah. But is there any reference, NSTO?
Yeah, a reference. That's the issue with this thing, is that we need references to this information. We don't know the answer. I don't know the answer. I don't think he does. So that's engineering, is finding a reference to the correct information, or test it yourself by going into the thing and doing tests.
Okay. Let's continue. Oh, we already half of the video. Okay. Yeah, maybe there's less condensed information than MirageC. Or maybe it's easier to digest because it's just interpolated based on coordinates. Yeah. I mean, you can send some links or some stuff where you learned that, and we can check that also.
Linear or pressure advance in a creative but not entirely real-world manner. The first line at the bottom.
My knowledge of G-code programming can be my reference. Well, G-code is G-code, but I think now we are interested in
firmware.
the calculation happening after the G-code.
Hang on. Okay, UV light, brilliant. First line at the bottom is just a standard line. It doesn't vary in width. The second line gets faster in the middle. You see the change in speed causes a change in the width? It shouldn't. There's no maths in the G-code to tell it to do that. Extrusion is calculated over the length of the line and not the speed. This line should be the same thickness for its full length, but it is not. Same again for the next one, but the middle bit is faster. Then two lines that do the opposite. They slow down in the middle, and what do you know? It's fatter. Again, it shouldn't be. So what's going?
You know what I would be interested is after it accelerates to another speed, then he just leave it to the speed, because theoretically at some point he will go back to the proper width, right?
Right.
But right now he accelerate and then he decelerate. So yeah.
Going on. Well, I'll show you the same thing on a direct drive that managed to extrude more filament because it's not slipping, but we'll talk about that in a moment too. While I show you this, I'll explain what's going on. You see, an extruder, or rather the extrusion system as a whole, is not a linear system, especially not with TPU, but not with any filament as it happens. You're pushing stuff in at one end, and that's causing stuff to come out the other. And honestly, with TPU, it is a miracle that you even get remotely what you ask for out of the other end in a reasonable time frame. It's probably not a bad analogy to imagine a very long train pulling away from a stop. If you think about how long it would take for the rear carriage to start moving, that's not a linear relationship between the speed of the front of the train and the distance the rear carriage moves, is it? No. And the same applies to...
And again, this is only for initial setting, right? So after the system is on, how do you say, a constant
Equilibrium.
setting, then equilibrium, then that problem is gone. Right?
But
so it's,
you know, there's not many travel moves unless you're doing like a big part, which should be consistent. But a lot of prints are a ton of little tiny movements.
Extruding. Linear or pressure advance, we'll deal with linear because the equations are a bit simpler. It approximates the filament as a spring of all things, and that is why there is a K value that you use to tune linear advance. The mystery K value is a spring constant. Hooke's law, F equals minus Kx. Coincidence? No, it is not a coincidence. This is exactly the principle that linear advance is based on. When you push or pull an elastic material, it obeys Hooke's law, assuming, of course, it obeys Hooke's law, and so you can model that extra amount of extrusion that you have to do to get the exact amount of movement that you want by subtracting the elastic component. If all this is too much, then we can use the easy explanation, which is you have to push harder than the amount you would need to, and you have to also push more material if the filament wasn't boingy. And how much harder and how much more material depends on how boingy the material is.
Yeah, something that I highlighted in Zombie Stream is this does not explain the extrusion multiplier, right? So don't, when he say you need to push more filament than what you actually need, don't translate this into, oh, okay, if I print GPU, then I need to increase my flow rate or something like this, right? That's very different.
Do you know what this is? It's a break to talk about our sponsor. This is a time in MirageC sent very on mute and it's 40 wave. No, it's not. And now back to it. No, it's not. This is what a speed change looks like on PLA, and if you notice what happens here, changing speed is kind of recoverable pretty quickly. TPU sort of does that if you use more normal parameters, but it is still quite evident.
Oh yeah, there you go. So here's the speed change, and then after the speed change, then it recovers pretty quickly. Okay, that's what I want you to see.
At least from...
And then that extra material will come at the end. So from here to here, there should be the right amount of material, but not at the right place.
These results that it will be very hard to truly tune TPU to behave well for all speeds. And that's a learning outcome. Tune
TPU in advance for your walls. Oh, okay. So when you tune, let me think, because I've never used linear advance, but what he seems to be saying is that you tune linear advance for a particular speed.
Yes. So same thing with your flow multiplier, extrusion multiplier. You tune it for a specific speed because your hot end has its own, I guess, kind of flow drop off. So the more you extrude, the more under extrusion you get based off of a curve. So you have to tune. You have to pick a point which you tune it for. So that's why I tune my top surfaces, walls, and then bottom layers all at the same speed, so they have consistent extrusion.
Okay.
If that makes sense.
Let me think. My brain is getting...
I know, it's that time, right?
Yeah. Linear advances per speed. So basically, what setting do you have access to in linear advance? Just this K value, or
K.
what setting do you have access?
Just
one
K.
value.
Yep.
Okay. And then you just tinker that value until you get a proper line, right?
Yep. Yeah. Well, there's the line method, and then there's the and what's interesting is the clipper method. It has you do a test print that it goes from a low value to a high value, and then you can slowly watch the corners. They become, they start bulged, and then they slowly go down. Then it starts to under extrude too much on the corners. So you pick a spot.
Yeah. What is NSHO saying about look ahead time? Apparently, there is another setting that you also. He said no. There is another setting which is look ahead. PA in pressure advance.
Is that the smoothing time? I don't know, but
okay. Anyway, so the main one is K, and then you change that K, and then. But so maybe one thing I don't understand is how can you tune for one speed if the idea of pressure advance is to solve the speed change problem?
because it's only for visible walls. So all of your visible surfaces should be the same speed when you're printing.
Right, it is different. Like pressure advance is to solve the problem of the speed changing. So do you mean for acceleration? I think that's more what you tune linear advance for a certain acceleration, not for a certain speed. No, I guess that makes more sense.
Yes, a certain acceleration from a specific speed. So it's all related. So whatever speed and acceleration you have, because the acceleration is going to be, I guess you can tune that. That's a good question.
The amount of raw filament to push into the extra during exterior acceleration is equal to the amount of filament retracted during deceleration. Oh yeah, there is a smooth time also. Time range in use calculated. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I guess. Let me think. It has to be dependent on the acceleration. Whatever. Let me think.
So pressure advance, the amount of raw filament to push into extruder, an equal amount of filament is retracted during deceleration, is measured in millimeters or millimeters per second. So that's what the default setting is. And then there's pressure advance smooth time, a time range in seconds to use when calculating the average extruder velocity. A larger value results in smoother extruder movements. Okay.
So let me read again. The amount of raw filament to push into the extruder during extruder acceleration.
Okay, so so it's how much speed change.
That's how.
It like limits the speed change. Is that what I'm getting at?
Oh, that's how it works. So basically, you set an amount of filament that you have to push extra during the acceleration. Oh, and then yeah, of course, deceleration. It is measured in millimeter per second.
If you want to go deep into pressure advance, watch. Yeah, so there's that video that he linked earlier on it that we can probably in a different stream, like part 2, dive into pressure advance.
Let's do that.
But TLDR, for most cases, you have to tune it for a specific speed and acceleration because you're trying to fix a response. You're applying an inverse to a response, so you have to like match up that response. Same thing for input shaper, right? So you're measuring the frequency response of your printer. You have to get that exact frequency response, and when that changes, then you have to change your input shaper values.
Okay. Yeah, got it. So let's finish the video, and we'll do another stream on pressure advance. It looks very, very cool, in my opinion. This topic is pretty one, and I'm getting hungry also. Oh, by the way, NSTO, the hotel food is not that good. Do you think you can order a McDonald's for me? There's a McDonald's nearby.
No, Bob's the one who sends food. Ask Bob.
Bob, so maybe why this was Hayward was talking about with time, the smooth time. Oh, maybe I don't know. I could try. Yeah, let's talk after. I mean I can see the McDonald's where I am now, but I cannot exit my door. I cannot even go and fill up my bottle of water just in the fountain in the corridor.
Jeez.
I mean, I'm getting hungry too. Yeah, let's order something together afterwards, NS show. Because I cannot use my phone here. And
Wait, can you have guests, or are you like off limits? I'm assuming you
Guests?
can't have guests.
Like
Can you have?
people entering in my room?
Yes.
No, I cannot.
Okay. Yeah, that
Yeah,
makes
I
sense.
can, and even when they bring the food, they just put it at the entrance. They ring and then they run away.
Oh man.
Can food deliver into the hotel? Yeah, yeah. I asked already. I just need to give my room number, and then they will just deliver to me. But we can talk after. I mean, it was a joke, but if it's really possible, then I'm even more hungry now.
All right, let's go through the video. Only 1 hour
Okay,
left.
let's let's finish. The rules in Taiwan are similar.
TPU.
No, they're much flexible. In China, I would have a seal on my door. They would seal my door, but they don't do that here.
One narrow speed range and stick with it. Now, in terms of tuning linear advance, either I'm using the Marlin tutorial thingy that generates a print wrong, or it doesn't work well with TPU. I suspect it's the latter. If you want my advice, then just start with a value like 0.2 and print cubes between that and 0.8.
Wait. Bob is in. Wait.
No,
No,
no, he's not.
Uh,
But Bob would want to if he could.
Okay,
I could request food and get some food.
I
but
thought I just
unfortunately, it's
discovered that. I just discovered
nowhere
that
open.
it was in Taipei, but no. Okay, got it.
And just pick the best one. You can clearly see which one is best. Remember, of course, to print this at your normal TPU speed. As we
So
just
this is
mentioned,
this is like the Clipper method where you actually do a test print and then you look at the wall, or sorry, the corners. But with Clipper, it changes the value, so you can do one print and then you can see like at what point, with what speed you're printing at, it looks good.
Okay. So it's a visual test for Clipper, right? Okay.
best. Remember, of course, to print this at your normal TPU speed. As we just mentioned, the K value will increase if the material is more flexible. So, of course, once we know that, it makes perfect sense that a K value of 0.07 for PLA, which is the default on my Sovol here, is not suitable for TPU. That's why it needs about 0.4 to 0.6. So this video is about why TPU fails and how to fix it. And in this case, it's not that evident what that has to do with linear advance. Fine, linear advance improves quality, it makes corners look nicer. But if we think about it, properly tuned linear advance is one really huge advantage against the incorrect pressure at the extruder, especially at the end of a print move. And we'll get to why that's bad. But also remember that having the correct pressure at the end of a print move is key to tuning retraction. And yes, for the last time, can we stop telling people to not retract TPU? Seriously, why would you want to do that? And
because of jamming issue, we also do that. Because if you retract TPU the proper amount, there is a high chance of jamming. And that's why
Right.
we ask people.
Right, because it doesn't pull the filament correctly.
Yeah, and also like I don't remember who was saying this in the chat, but the filament also handles very badly the flow management from the gear. So it handles very badly the gear moving. So if it retract and then prime very fast, then sometimes it get caught on the side. It get pinched on the side.
Right, which he's going to show. But so, for example, if you take an actual, not an actual, but a constrained extruder where the filament path going in only has an opening of the gear and there's almost nowhere for the filament to go. So something like this, you could have faster retractions.
Yeah. I mean, the same. I think for this suggestion that he is suggesting, I think there is some pros and cons on using or not the retraction.
another thing that's obvious when you know it, a properly tuned linear or pressure advance value will mean that you can and should reduce your retraction length. Retraction is about removing the nozzle's urge to ooze while moving. And linear advance, of course, aims to balance that pressure at the end of the printed line. So it's all connected. Everything's connected. Okay, it's 2022. The market for 3D printers has changed hugely in the last year, and I will make a video on that later, but I feel like we need to have a talk about Bowden. If we wind back a year or so, I was making videos on how to manage TPU in a Bowden printer. And this is great, of course. It makes the seemingly impossible possible. But I hope that we've seen from the demonstrations in this video that a lot of the problems with printing TPU are compounded way too much by that extra foot or so of tube. Almost every new printer I get in for review now is some kind of direct drive or another. Even the last bastion of Bowden, the Elegoo Neptune range, is now coming with a pro version with direct drive.
I will say Bowden is dead once Ultimaker will use a direct drive. Then I will agree that Bowden is dead.
Here
But
it
why?
is. Look,
No, just because they are very attached to their Bowden system. So if even Ultimaker they decide to go away from Bowden, I mean they have their reason why using Bowden, right? But I was
Well,
just saying.
yeah, but that's why people make these types of videos, because a lot of consumers will blindly follow what the general market's doing. For example, Apple can release a phone and say, hey, we're giving you this feature, or we're taking away this feature. We're taking away your headphone jack. So now, wireless headphones of the future. And now the consumers are all like, okay, well, I had the system that worked great before that I liked, but now I have to change it because this is better. Whether or not it's actually better, you won't know, because the company is forcing the direction.
Yeah.
So the question is Bowden still good to keep around? Should we try to keep it?
Yeah. I mean, it's the same discussion about which we need to do a stream on, but I've seen a video for 2.85, 1.75 from
Oh, yep.
or something like this. And I don't know if it's an interesting video, but some people have sent it to me. So we can.
Oh, totally. I still don't understand why we have the smaller filament. Like, why wouldn't we just go with the better size filament?
Yeah.
In my opinion. Makes more sense.
You can only retract slow, but you need to retract the long distance. So it takes a lot of time. Maybe it's better just don't retract and quickly travel to the next point. Yeah, that's personally what I do, NSTO. When I print TPU, I use costing, wiping, and travel speed. But I don't really use much retraction. So yeah.
looks cool.
I mean, retraction distance and retraction speed. I don't play too much on these. I only play on wiping, costing, and travel speed.
Doesn't it? There's a review coming up on that. So my advice is, and honestly, this is hard because I know a lot of you still have Steves or equivalent, but if you want to print TPU well, and you want to print TPU a lot, and you want to do it without frustration, and you want good quality, you have to ditch the Bowden. Honestly, it's probably not that bad though.
Yeah, and I definitely agree with this. If you are printing TPU a lot, just invest in a direct drive, and even invest in a flex extruder or whatever name, an extruder that is designed for flexible. I mean, you can easily print TPU very well if you just invest in the right tools. We have worked with a lot of shoe companies, and 90% of them has designed their own printer for their manufacturing. So
I think about like 2 or 3 weeks into 3D printing, I wanted to print TPU because I'm just doing it for fun, and TPU looked interesting. So I quickly upgraded to a Micro Swiss direct drive because I knew I could probably do it with Bowden, but I heard it was so much easier, just worthwhile to do that. So
yeah, I agree.
I mean, a reel of 90.
Katana had full retract on. Did you see my katana? Are you the only one that noticed that I have my katana behind me? I hid it in the corner.
Oh, I see it now. That's funny.
5A TPU costs £20, and a reel of 70A TPU will probably set you back about £40+, and you'll waste a good amount of that tuning and failing potentially with a Bowden system. Around the cost of 2 reels, or maybe even less, and a couple of hours of work could be spent on something like this direct drive upgrade. It looks ugly, but this one works fine. I think Bowden has had its day generally, and for TPU, it is just an unnecessary pain that can be solved easily by using direct drive. Of course, if you're just an occasional TPU printer, it doesn't necessarily make sense if you already have a Bowden-based system, but this year onwards, Would you buy one? Not convinced. And the same advice goes for those of you who are still on machines like the Enders, with the board that doesn't have linear advance. If you have a Steve, for example, I would advise having a look at...
What is a Steve?
That's just what he named his Ender 3v2.
Oh,
Would you buy one? Not convinced. And the same advice
Yes.
goes for those of you who are still on machines like the Enders, with the board that doesn't have linear advance. If you have a Steve, for example, I would advise having a look at MirageC firmware, which has actually started enabling linear advance on a Steve. I know that a lot of people think that these boards don't have UART connected. I mean, that is true. So they can't use linear advance, but that's not true. Surprise, this has absolutely nothing to do with UART. It's complicated. There are reasons, but linear advance on a Steve is now something I highly recommend looking at. It's a win-win anyway, because it hugely improves the print corner quality and the stringing on PLA too. I think the main reason your TPU is failing is because you're treating it like PLA. And I don't just mean you're not slowing down. Slowing down just won't work. It's imperative when printing TPU that you understand and manage the pressure in the extrusion system as a whole.
Yeah, let me finish the video and I will give my conclusion also.
And the answer to what to do about problems printing TPU is to recognize what you're seeing and to know why it's doing what it's doing. Filament escaping the extruder is a perfect example of this. Sure, some extrusion systems are literally impossible in terms of achieving the right nozzle pressure for printing TPU, but in my experience, most extruders and systems are not. And the escaping filament, that is on you. So I'm sorry to say there is no quick fix. If you feel like I clickbaited you with the title, then I'm sorry, but you have to become one with the TPU if you want to print it. Every video I make on TPU, I personally learn a ton
Eat TPU, breathe TPU, sleep with TPU. That's how you can solve your TPU problem.
of new things about it. Just sometimes the
Become
weirdest thing.
Yeah.
It is a huge and complicated topic. And I feel like the future is looking very good for TPU because some of the modern...
Yeah, so before we watch the last part, I don't know if I agree with the conclusion that the main issue with TPU is flow management. I think for me, the main issue with TPU is maximum flow instead of flow management. Even if you don't use pressure advance, I mean, you still have a lot of problem with TPU. And even if you add pressure advance, you still have the same problem because for me, I think it's more about maximum flow that you need to set instead of managing the actual flow. For stringing, blah, 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 okay. But I think people first issue with TPU is always under extrusion. Second is stringing and oozing. And I think that's more or less it. So under extrusion, for me, doesn't come from flow management. It comes from maximum flow. So people have to learn how to increase their maximum flow or how to take of the flow. Like, for example, don't be afraid of printing at 230, 235 with TPU, with a dry TPU. Yeah, I guess that's one thing that people really don't use enough. They don't use enough the temperature to solve their TPU issue. There is under extrusion, and then they are going to increase the flow. They are going to lower their extrusion speed. They are going to do all of that, and nobody's going to touch at the temperature, which I think is.
So for I'll say under extrusion is solved by the extrusion multiplier because it should have a linear response compared to PLA or any other like hard material, right?
Well, extrusion, I would say theoretically it does not. If it under extrude, it means it has reached the maximum flow. Whether you push it more or not, it's not going to change anything. Theoretically,
TPU extrudes different than PLA. With PLA, it digs into the filament, but with TPU, it rubs up against it.
Yeah, definitely. If you haven't calibrated your printer for TPU, then that's the first step for sure. If you go from PLA calibration and then you print TPU and you have some under extrusion, then yes, most likely you have to recalibrate your printer. But let's say after your printer is doing what you are asking for and you still have under extrusion, That's most likely because you have reached the limitation of your printer, and that's, I think, the first thing that they need to learn. And then my suggestion is first, increase the printing temperature, and you will most likely have some moisture issue at those temperature. Then just dry the filament if you have those issue. But that would be the number one for me. Number two is the stringing and oozing. So you need to deal with. For me, I think the best is casting, wiping, and the travel speed. You can play around with your extrusion speed and extrusion distance, but I think they are much harder to deal with, especially with Bowden. And hey, Loyal, how are you? Did you finish your stream? Wait. Why Loyal is here? Oh yeah, Loyal doesn't sleep either. How is everything? Yeah, I'm doing really great. I'm stuck in Taiwan, but I'll explain that later to you. But yeah, I'm doing really great. I really enjoyed today's stream. Was one of the best stream I think I've done. Talking about 3D printing for 5 hours, nothing better than that. Yeah, you never sleep. I hope you had a good stream. Leslie's is here also. These guys, they never sleep. They really never sleep.
I'm here. I'm on stream. I'm still streaming.
You guys are not. Is nobody sleeping in the 3D printing community?
No.
Sleep. What's that? I'm sorry, you have to stay away from the family for. Yeah, it's. Anyway, I'm doing this stream so that I'm thinking about something else. What I was about to say. Yeah, so that would be more my conclusion on TPU prints.
Okay.
Then pressure advance or something. I'm looking forward to playing around with pressure advance, but I've been getting really good print before this was a thing. But I guess it's because of speed has become one of a mega trend. So we have some different trend classification in Polymaker, and speed has become a mega trend, which is one of the biggest trend we have. So
you think so?
Yeah. Okay, we have a few minutes left, and then we're good.
And extruder hot end combinations that I've seen things. It is a huge and complicated topic, and I feel like the future is looking very good for TPU because some of the modern extruder hot end combinations that I've seen lately, like the Creality Sprite and the FL Sun extruder, they are outstandingly well engineered for dealing with the constraints of TPU. Anyway, that was yet another TPU video. Does your brain hurt? Mine does. Now go.
Zombie, how many creators are you supporting? I see you in all the Patreon.
Just a couple. I mean, honestly, if you want to join a Patreon like this, it only costs a few dollars, and it supports the whoever's making videos a lot more than just watching their videos. Just like $1 is more than any ad revenue they'll ever get from you. So. And of course, with people like this, the general rule of thumb is you would subscribe to their Patreon it's kind of like a donation, right? Instead of donating, I want to donate $100 to this person. Well, you can just stay in their Patreon for X amount of time until you reach their donation. And if they stop making content that you like, you can stop supporting them, et cetera, et cetera. So it's a nice way of doing that or providing benefits.
I agree. Do you have a printer with you at the hotel? No, Zombie still hasn't built my positron. So
I'm waiting on LDO. I'm waiting on LDO.
So yeah.
Oh, a side topic. If they release a pre-built printer, would you prefer that? Because it sounds like they are gonna have just like off-the-shelf positron that they built.
Yeah, I mean, I would have loved to say that my printer was built by Zombie, but both is okay for me.
Okay.
That is true. Is too easy. What did custom creation say? My Odin prints TPU like a boss. The Odin's custom creation. Direct drive. And do they have, that type of design that prevents the TPU from coming out? I didn't know you were in the chat. Custom creation. How is everything on your side? I'm going to start a Patreon FDAV patch. Yeah, I mean, if you're making, it's all about people liking and wanting to supporting what you're doing, whatever you're doing, right? So,
Right.
like for example, MirageC, I guess there's a lot of people that really like the work and want to support this type of work. Or right now, Lost in Tech, for example, this type of research, a lot of people want to support that.
Yes, that's why I
Hey,
have tiers of both. Like,
does MakerDeck has a Patreon? You have a Patreon, right?
yeah, MakerDeck is launching, or we're launching ours pretty soon, and it's going to provide like custom models, so you'll actually get like a benefit of joining, plus additionally supporting.
Also, and for you, your Patreon is to take advantage for supports mainly, right?
Yeah,
correct.
Yeah. So I call myself like a community support or like community 3D printing support person. So I'll go around and just help people. That's what I enjoy doing. I like hanging out in different Discords, talking to people about 3D printing, and even Facebook. Oh my God, the questions on Facebook. Whew, those are bad. So I just wanted a place where people can kind of more directly ask me questions or come to me without having to message me. So I have a private Discord that you can join, as well as if you want to actually support me, I have different tiers for. We're doing some printer builds, so donating money to that, etc. But
yeah, no, that's awesome, and most likely any creator. I mean, Patreon is pretty popular. So if you like a creator and you want to support, most likely try to check if they have a Patreon or something.
Right.
Do you have a Patreon, Loyal? I don't think so. No, I think you do that on Twitch. No. How long have you been 3D printing zombie? Oh, you will be surprised. You will be surprised what he's able to do now and how long he has been 3D printing.
How many years do you think I've been 3D printing?
20. That's what I think.
Yeah, I was 3D printing before they even came out.
Oh, you also have a Patreon. Okay.
Okay.
Let me check.
And there's mine in case you want to drop a few dollars.
Yeah, anyone that has a Patreon, you can put in the chat. Oh, by the way, Loyal, we received the helmet. I haven't checked them yet. I mean, via picture, but I received a message from Yuli, one of our sales operation there. So he told me we received some some amazing helmets. Is that yours? Say yeah, it's mine. Wait. So anyway, oh yeah, I remember now, Loyal. Yeah, with the and then you have a very big one, a limited one for a helmet, right? Yeah, there you go. Okay, got it.
Yes, I've been 3D printing for about 7 months now, and a lot of it's been just learning. In fact, like at the beginning, I joined the Polymaker Discord. Like literally, someone messaged me, "Hey, the Polymaker, the brand that you've been talking about nonstop, they just made a Discord." And I literally joined. I was one of the first people to join it because you just posted on Twitter. It was like nothing there. It was like there was an actual like channel. Like, what the heck do we put in this Discord? We kept like adding suggestions. Like, oh, that's a great idea. We'll add this and this and this and this. We had pets at one point. We had memes. There was a memes channel.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, there's this all the stuff.
Do you know at the beginning of Discord, I was almost not sleeping because you guys were very active during the night, and that was a time where I had a lot of things to do in China, so I was literally 24 hours on. But yeah, I mean, I was happy that we were able to build the Discord as it is now. It's and I'm looking forward to what we will achieve later on.
Loosen your extruder screw a bit, tune your linear advance if you have it, and try and print something. I will see you next time. Thank you for watching.
Oh yeah, we sidetracked. Because the Patreon, it gets pretty sidetracked. Liz says, "I've learned more from Zombie Hedgehog than some seasoned people. We learn along with him, sometimes refreshing." That's what I try to do. Like, I'm not going to be like an extremist and tell you have to do it this way or the highway. Like, I try to work with people, and everyone has different knowledge and different printers, so it's important to like fine tune your explanation to whatever whatever their knowledge is.
Yeah, I agree. So I don't know if he answered loyal, but it's from this year. I actually asked him at the beginning of the stream as well.
Yeah, 6 months roughly. March, my first
6 months
printer.
ago.
I have to thank the Void Star Labs Discord because that's what kind of, and I still hang out there most of my time. They're like a great group. It's all about finding a great group of people and being in a good community.
And it's true.
So
I just confirmed.
Oh yeah, you're getting food.
Sponsored,
and it's sponsored by Bob.
Really?
Yep.
That's awesome.
Yeah, thank you, Bob. International delivery man.
Thank you so much, Bob. And yeah, actually, that was the first time I saw Bob in during the hangout last time.
Yeah,
that was nice. We need to do that more often. We need to do that more often. We talked about this already, but like setting up a time where people know that there might be people there talking about 3D printing if you feel like to. So,
we're gonna do that with MakerDeck, but it's so everyone's schedule is just so diverse that it's hard to plan something like that. So it makes more sense like after an event, like after a stream. Hey, you know what? We're going to go head out into the Discord instead of me streaming for 4 hours. Let's stream for 3 hours and then just hang out in Discord or something like that.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Okay, great. So I'm gonna talk with NSGO to order my my
we
big
have another
map.
giveaway.
And and then we'll finish with the giveaway.
All right, perfect.
I don't want to go. Did you find the NSGO? Did you find the McDonald's I'm talking about, the one near the hotel? He already have my hotel address. We were supposed to meet yesterday afternoon. We were supposed to go in an Italian restaurant that he got.
No.
But yeah. By the way, NSGO, we'll be able to meet because the next plane going to Shanghai is on the 18th, and I finish my quarantine on the 12th. So I still have 6 days that I have no idea where to go or what to do. So we'll be able to meet. Okay, so let's do our giveaway. I guess the odds are high. How many? Oh, we still have 50 people. I mean, what time is it in the US now?
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. People on YouTube. I'm not watching YouTube anymore.
Sure. Is there anyone from YouTube? I see Twitch.
A couple.
Twitch. Okay, nobody from YouTube. Oh, non-fan. No, non-fan is sleeping. 2 a.m. Steven, 1 a.m. 11 p.m. Okay, so the Ash is on the Pacific time as well. He's on the West Coast.
Yeah, this is why I stream about this time because, earlier than this, but there's a lot of people no one's sleeping in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean. So
yeah,
it's a good time.
Oh, non-fam is on YouTube. Yeah. Non-fam, are you the only one on YouTube? I don't have it open. Are you the only one there, or is there some other people there? Okay, let me share that. Okay, so I'm using the same drawing. No, It was the opposite. I'm fully wake up. Okay, great.
And that reminds me, before I forget, the overlays that you had for the MakerDeck. Is that something that you wanted to use and send over, or did you want us to make a specific overlay?
No, I think I sent some suggestion idea to Paisley's. I didn't make a specific one, but
okay, we'll have one of our creators do that then, if it hasn't been done already.
I sent though the mom logo I created and the Polymaker logo. I sent them. So
yeah, that's actually have that on my.
Okay. And then the only thing I changed is I added some kind of contour, like black contour, so that whatever the background, then
that's what that looks like on stream. So it needs like a bit of a background.
Yeah, if we can make like I designed it this way, and then each screen would have the overlay and stuff, That I think that's going to be amazing. I think
Yeah,
we
what
can
do you think of this?
Are you showing something?
Yeah, I have the overlay on my screen.
Okay, let me put it in big screen. Okay. Yeah, but then there is no the black stuff.
Yeah, right. There's no
But
background.
otherwise, yeah.
So
If you have the black contour, then it would be great. Because I tried to add a circle or like a geometry thing around, but it doesn't look good. It's better with the contour.
you like that? Okay, we can play around with that then.
But yeah, look cool. How do you like my mom logo?
I do. I do. It's pretty cool. It's a good idea.
Awesome. Okay, let's
Giveaway
do
time.
giveaway. And yeah, amazing to see some name. Local maker is also on YouTube. Amazing to see that. I see some name in the chat that were already there at the beginning of the stream, and of course Zombie accompanying me for 5 hours. Okay,
How long have we been streaming for?
come
oh my
again.
God.
5 hours and 3 minutes.
I didn't join in for a little bit, but still.
Yeah. Okay, let's draw. Let's draw a winner. Theoretically, there is more chance. 50 people still. But let's see. Tom Psikala. Are you still there? Tom Psikala. Michael is awesome on YouTube as well. Oh, you are. How are you? I'm not familiar with your username. Did you come with Sislov Breed Raid or what's your story? Very close. Okay, so I didn't get it yet. iTune Psychola? Is it better now? What's your story, iTune Psychola? And let me draw one more because you guys have been hanging out for 5 hours. How amazing is that? Okay,
I might complete the collection and just like pick up all the miscellaneous spools of the stuff I haven't tried. Like I haven't tried PLA Pro yet. It's PLA Plus. I haven't tried PLA Plus. It's a plus. I have to try it.
Yeah, it's a plus. It's amazing. Better than anything.
Is it better than Pro?
Plus is better than anything. In English, it is jumping mouse.
Oh.
Okay, interesting. But it's what language? Where are you from? Jumping mouse. It's easier for me to call you this way. Okay, let's draw one more time. What about Pro Plus? Ooh, Pro Plus is gonna create a black hole. Subsector.
Subsector? Rip.
I don't think she's...
All right. Happy stream. Bye.
Locasian? Oh, what? Is that a country? Or is it a region? Or Lakota people. The Lakota are a Native American people, also known as Teton Sioux. They are one of the 3 prominent subculture of the Sioux people. Lakota language. Oh, it's Lakota. Okay, yeah, I didn't know that.
Huh.
I just discovered. Oh, okay. So from Central North America. Central North America is where the Lacotian. Okay, thank you for the presentation. Ash, do you wanna take the spoon? No, anyway. Subsector 3D has a link when she needs spool. So let's draw one time. Rigged. Not in the chat. Yeah, most likely a bit late. So let's draw one more time. No refill. Reward. Okay. Let's go. Dude man. Dude 3 man. 3. Dude 3 man, are you here? I need that link. how's your project custom creation with the King Kong and the what's the other one again? King Kong and Mechatronic something. What's the name again? No tag. Okay. Yeah, I think we have lost a lot of people along the way.
What? No.
All the brains have. I think we shortcut a lot of brain along these 5 hours of stream.
Some people go to bed at like 10 p.m. Wow, it's so early.
I'm doing well, getting ready for all the build. Everything is done printing. Just need to do the live stream for the building. Have Godzilla. Oh, Godzilla. Yeah, there you go. Kong, Earth, Minimed, headphones, and more. Oh, nice. When are you going to stream all of that? I didn't do on the larger scale. Okay, got it. It's cool. Hey, Collie, how are you? From YouTube. Okay, let me draw one more time. Seems like not here. So let's draw one more time. I feel like a Ponymaker winner every day. Did you enter, Loyal? Have you been amazing? Have you been awesome? You can enter and you can try. You can try. Torx Fighter, congratulations from YouTube. Is there anyone left on YouTube? Work a night shift, need to go sleep soon. Yeah, what? Work on a night shift, so now basically, right? Need to go sleep soon. I mean, if you are from the US. No, I don't enter. Yeah, be awesome, Loyal. Be awesome. I'm the third piece of.
Oh yeah,
for Eternal.
All right, what do you think?
Oh yeah, Paisley start to stack up some nice spools over there.
Does this look good?
Torx Fighter is not there, so let's go one more time. Layer by layer creation. I've seen your email. I will send you the link. I saw your email. I did, but not seeing my name. Yeah, it doesn't scroll through all the name, but in reality there is, because otherwise there is too many names. Okay, let's go one more time. Come on. Can we pick someone that is here? Can we keep someone that has survived the 5 hours of pretty intense discussion? No, I think it was pretty intense. I think. Panzar Katen. Are you there? I guess you are German, right?
No, Matt's German.
Yeah, Matt's German, yeah. Living in the UK, if I remember well. Cool beans, no tag. Okay, then let's go one more. 3, 2, 1. Yeah, everyone is asleep.
This is gonna take a while. We should do like a re-entry, like opt-in. What Modbot does, he does it like halfway through the stream, and he like gives away the filament halfway through the stream.
Shall we do that?
Well, we did, sort of. Oh, like re-enter. All right.
Okay, let's do that. So the odds will be very high. So you guys be awesome. Yeah, some of us are awake. So let's do that. I give you 30 seconds. You can re-enter if you're here, if you're still there, if you survive. And then I will just draw from the people that are here.
I got some cool prints to show if you want to enlarge me.
Yeah, let me...
on the window.
Actually, how do you enlarge the guest?
What do you mean?
Like, because I can do this, where we have both sides.
Yeah, this
but
spotlight.
How do I
spotlight?
Is that a thing? Is that supposed to be?
Are you using Streamlabs? Yeah, like that. Then drag me, like drag my window onto you. Yeah, there we go.
There you go. Okay. Great.
I do this daily for MakerDeck.
Oh, so it's manual? Like every time?
MakerDeck is very manual. It's a lot of back-end effort. Yeah.
Okay.
What is MakerDeck? All right, so this is what the train looks like with the green wheels. So thank you for that suggestion. It looks pretty cool. This is the Toys for Tots print. It's a lot larger than I thought. It's like a big print.
Yeah,
so that's
nice.
pretty cool. This is this Sparta. I can't even see with the light. Sparta has a
Purple
Galaxy Purple.
Nice.
Galaxy Purple. That's nice. I'm actually printing a real Galaxy Red, and it's really nice. This is exactly what I was expecting. It's like a nice red. This is pretty cool too. This was an expandable filament clip, or not filament clip.
Oh,
Spool.
for samples? For the samples?
Yeah, for samples. This is by Mad Monkey Jordan.
That's cool.
I snapped off one of the things, but pretty cool.
Nice.
That's show and tell. Those are my makes. I've been printing stuff.
Let me do this. Oh, by the way, I've seen. I will check later, but I still haven't seen the. I've seen all the toys for Tots, all the design. But I haven't seen the one for the other project from Loyal. I'm looking forward to the space.
I like the spaceship. This like the little mini spaceship. That's a pretty cool one.
Does he already have? Did he publish everything already, or?
I'm not sure where
there is a link to
his website.
Yeah, but for some reason his website, thelmshow.com, redirect to his to his Twitch.
Oh yes, that's his like
So
informational site, I think.
Loyal, are you still there? Did you get some nice space model? I want you to check. I'm a big fan of space stuff, and I want you to see how it look like. Design are due on the 7th. Oh, okay. So they still haven't been. Okay, got it. We'll check. We'll check when they will release them. Oh, it's on your printables. Okay, got it. Okay, guys, be awesome. We're gonna draw just after we check the space model. Oh, we still have almost 30 people still watching. That's amazing. You guys. Oh, okay. So these. Oh, this is cool. Oh, this is nice. Easy to print. Very solid. You cannot break it easily, and look nice. That's the thing I like, because usually when you talk about space, you talk about futuristic stuff, futuristic design. And that's the part I like. Oh, did you heat it up and then? No, sorry, because I'm working with a customer on reshaping PLAs. So basically, you print something flat and then you reshape it into a bracelet or into some like orthotics or something like this. So it's pretty cool. It's insane how many people are designing. Yeah, I'm looking forward to more models. We have some from D3D, some from you, Daliwazi, Aaron, and Aaron also. Oh, this looks cool as well. This also looks pretty cool. No support. That's pretty cool. Okay. You guys ready? 27 people. I'm going to draw in 5, 3, 4, 2, 1, go. Go. Not sure the stale fins would survive a stomp. Yeah, I mean, that was pretty thick. I think you give this to a kid, I think it's going to be hard to break, I guess. Printing lots of those in Polymaker filament. Nice. I mean, now we have a wide range of color, right? To print some beautiful toys. Congratulations, Animatronic Theater. You're here. Congratulations to you. Thank you for joining the stream, staying very, very late. But it's time to release everyone. Time for everyone to go and sleep. Are you talking, Zombie? Looks like you're talking. But for some reason, I'm not receiving anything. Pro streamer problem. Pro streamer problem. I still cannot hear anything.
I'm a pro streamer.
Okay, there you go. Awesome. Anyway, thank you so much, Zombie, for staying that long. And
Well, I'll be honest. I would probably be streaming on my channel right now. So let's do. You want to stay up this late and watch my videos? I do. Man, what the heck do I do? Everything. Oh, this Saturday, on YouTube at 10:30 Eastern, I'm planning on doing my first stream there, and we're gonna be talking about the Kingroon KP5L. So if you're interested in motion systems and then like issues with 3D printers, that'll be pretty fun.
Cool. Can I rate someone that is not streaming yet?
Nope.
Okay, then.
Well, no.
Okay, so if you guys wanna continue the 3D printing fun, you can go over to Zombie's channels. And meanwhile, how about I will do like Loyal. I will raid into a party. Let me see. Kobe Lax is there. Yeah, let's do that. Loyal.
Oh yeah,
always,
I gotta wake up
Loyal.
early and watch MakerDeck.
Always go to and raid. Let's go to Kobe Lax. Let's have some nice music for you to how do you say that? Lullaby. let's ask Kobe Lax for lullaby. Do you know Kobe Lax, Zombie?
I don't have them followed yet, so I'll go check them out.
Yeah, so he's a DJ that a pretty good DJ actually.
Okay.
And
Nice. Maybe I'll learn something.
yeah, there's him and there's another one that I discovered also with Loyal. David turned the music or something like this. Pretty good one, and his stream quality is amazing. I mean, he has like some kind of pan camera that are moving along with his stream and stuff. So that's pretty amazing. Anyway,
All right,
thank
go
you.
download your Swatch truck. Swatch truck. Go download it. You want it. You need it. All the colors.
Thank you, Zombie. I will let you go to your stream, and
My stream. I'm going to bed. Bye.
you're not going to stream? What's
I'm not
that?
gonna stream. It's too late.
What?
I gotta watch MakerDeck in the morning. I gotta manually drag people and watch the deck for the day.
Okay. Anyway, thank you so much, everyone. Thank you, Zombie, for hanging
Cheers.
out, and then we'll talk on Tuesday. Anyway, I'm stuck here, so whenever you guys want to talk, just go to Discord, go in a hangout, and most likely I will join you. So thank you
All
again, everyone, and then I will see you in the next one.